Defense counsel Joseph Lyle Menendez.
Joseph Lyle Menendez, Menendez.
Mr. Menendez, are you related to Erik Galen Menendez, who's seated here?
He's my brother.
And were your parents Mary Louise Menendez and Jose Menendez?
Yes.
And were you born January 10th, 1968?
I was.
If you look to the right, you will see various photographs of homes that you lived in. Do you recognize that chart as something you've seen before?
Yeah.
Do you remember the Wexford Terrace home in which you are pictured in a bassinet? The one in New York?
No, I don't.
And do you remember Cedar Grove, New Jersey? The second photograph.
No.
Is the first home you remember Hinsdale, Illinois?
Yes.
For the record, could we have the exhibit number, please?
Well, we'll get it later on. That's the exhibit that has photographs of various houses in it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Can you remember when you lived in Hinsdale, Illinois?
Yes.
And what do you remember from that point in time? Do you remember your father?
Yes.
What do you remember about your dad from that period in time?
I remember in the winter, and I remember lots of things.
Do you have any particular good memories of your dad at that point in time?
Yes.
Could you tell us one?
I remember the little dog, Tristesse. I was a puppy at that time. I remember her and my dad playing in the snow, and me running out to my dad and jumping on him and playing in the snow. I remember riding my bike.
Did your Aunt Terry and Uncle Carlos live nearby?
They lived across the street.
And did you used to ride your bike over to their house?
Yes.
And do you remember your little brother living in that house with you?
Yes.
And do you remember anything with regard to your little brother and him going over to your aunt and uncle's house?
I remember going over to get him when my mom told me he was over there. He wasn't supposed to be. Go get him and bring him back.
And do you have good memories of your mother also? Can you remember anything good about your mother?
Yes.
What do you remember that's good about your mother?
I remember in this house.
No, not necessarily.
Actually vague and irrelevant.
I should try to focus a little bit.
Do you have something in particular that stands out in your mind that's a good memory of your mother?
I remember Christmases. Her, she was always up, it seemed, and she would be up when I got up, and then she would take us down to open the presents, even though my dad would sleep in. So we got to do that. That was usually a nice day. And I remember her taking care of the birds that would hit the window. Especially in Muncie, the birds would hit the window and be kind of like hurt or wounded in some way. And she would put them in a special cage she had for birds that did that. And she was just amazing with the birds. And I remember watching.
Did you love your mom and dad?
Yes.
And on August 20th, 1989, did you and your brother kill your mother and father?
Yes.
Did you kill them for money? Is
What's your answer?
No.
Did you kill them because you wanted to pay them back for the way they had treated you?
Excuse me, I reject that young lady.
Overruled.
No.
Why did you kill your parents?
Because we were afraid.
Do you have a lot of nice memories from your childhood?
No.
Did you get to spend time at your grandparents' house?
Yes.
And was this your father's mother and father? Say yes.
Yes.
What was good about being at your grandparents' house?
Everything was good about it. My grandmother was wonderful. And we stayed in bed all day and watched TV. Just be like a never-ending stream of foods that we weren't supposed to eat. We watched my grandfather would come in whenever the Untouchables came on. We would watch that, and it would be a big deal. And then we'd go out, and the house was great. She had a magnolia tree outside. We'd climb up that, play with her in that, and there'd be a little patio that was enclosed, and squirrels would be jumping from tree to tree, and my grandfather would laugh and tell us stories, and we'd watch that. We'd go to garage sales with my grandmother.
Was
I think
this,
there's lots of things.
was this different from the life you had in your own home?
It's like a different world from my house.
Lyle, as you were growing up, and I'm directing your attention now to when you were living in the Muncie house and then later in the Pennington house, were there pornographic films that were made available to you and your brother?
Yes.
And where did these films come from?
My dad brought them home with other videos.
And would you and your brother sneak and watch them, or how would you see them?
No, my dad would, we would just watch them together.
With your dad? And what's the earliest age that you remember being shown films like this?
I remember some films in Muncie at the end. Mostly I remember in Pennington House.
And what types of things would be portrayed in these films?
It was mostly violence, sexual violence. I remember a whole bunch of the films. There would be films with gang rapes. There was one film centered around a woman that was riding her bike and was abducted and brought to a forest and gang raped. And there was another different film where there was three females attacking another female, and the same in the men's locker room with three guys and another guy. Violent sexual acts. And there was another film that it was like a film within a film, where this filmmaker was making a lot of money selling these violent sexual pornography that he would take place in a red room, and then the premise of the film is they eventually find out that the killings and the sexual violence in the red room is real, and that's why the films are so good. And there were lots of them.
Did your father show these films to other people beside you and yourself and your mother?
Only as like just shock value.
How do you mean? Who would he show them to?
He showed them to that I remember Peter Goldsmith, He showed them to the neighbors in the Pennington house when they would come over at times. It seemed like he would tell me in advance he was going to do this, and it was more to embarrass my mother than anything else. But he would just put on this video, and people would sort of settle in, and then he'd shock them. He showed them for some of my friends that would come over every once in a while. He'd just throw one on, and it really wasn't very bothered by him, and we would watch them together.
Do you ever take photographs of you and your brother?
Yes.
And what would the circumstances be in which he would take photographs?
He would take photographs of us, our private parts.
And would he have you come in and pose for these photographs, or how would that happen?
I would just, if we were in the showers or bathtub or changing, he would just use the same camera that my mother used, and then he would come in and take just a photograph or two, and he wouldn't say anything, and then he would leave.
Do you ever show you those photos?
No.
Excuse me. Here, I have some photographs. I have shown to the district attorney and K. Martin for his permission.
How many are there? And just for the record, what are the markings that you put on them?
We have, may I do it from up here so I can show it to you
Yeah.
all at the same time?
Okay, please refer to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Menendez.
All right.
Mr. Menendez, I'm showing you a Kodak color prints envelope with the number 219 on it. Would you take a look at that? Do you recognize the handwriting on the front?
That's my mother's.
And what does it say?
Erik's birthday, November 1976.
And in November 1976, how old would you have been?
8. That's the Muncie house, 4 Harlow Lane, Muncie, New York.
Is there anything in that envelope at this
It's
time?
empty at
Okay.
this time, Your Honor.
All right.
The next would be,
Did you want to mark that envelope?
it's marked 219, Your Honor.
All right.
The next would be 220, which is a envelope containing negatives. Next is a series of small photographs, which we've marked 221A through G. A through H.
All right.
And then we have enlargements of those photographs, which we have marked 222 through 233. And we have a proof sheet of the negatives, which we've marked as 220, which is marked as 234. Mr. Menendez, have you been shown this proof sheet already?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now have the enlargements which go in order off of the proof sheet off the negative. Mr. Menendez, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And who are the people in that photograph?
Mom and Dad, myself, the Baralt family, children, and Aunt Terry and Uncle Carlos.
Could you just identify that for the record so that we don't have to...
222, Your Honor.
All right.
Showing you what we've marked as 223. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's me.
$224.
That's Erik.
225.
What was the answer?
I don't know.
It's nothing, Your Honor. Nobody can recognize. It's just the next photo on the negative. $226.
That's Eric and myself and some other boys.
You have
And-
to speak up.
Some other boys and Eric and myself. Sorry.
And do you recognize some mark on your brother?
The birthmark? The birthmark on his right wrist. It's a large brown birthmark.
$227.
That's my father and Eric at a birthday party.
$228.
That looks like the same party with Eric and myself.
$229.
The same picture, I think, but darker.
$230.
The same picture, basically.
$231.
Looks like my mother in the background, lower half of her, and my brother with a donut.
$232.
That's Eric.
How do you recognize him?
The birthmark on his right hand.
And $233.
That's the little dog I was talking about, Tristesse.
Your Honor, may I take a moment and put the photos up?
Yes.
Now, when you said that your dad would come in periodically and just take pictures of you, the two photographs here we've marked, one which you've identified as yourself and the other one as Eric, which are children without clothes, also appear to be children without heads. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when he would take photographs of you of this nature, would he seem to be directed at taking photos of your faces?
No.
Or would he?
He would take photographs of your genital area, in the lower half of your body, or you bending over, or just different parts of your positions is what I never really knew.
Because you never saw them afterward, or? Is
What's
that
your
yes?
answer?
He would be focused on those areas, but I didn't see I've never seen these pictures.
Is today the first time you've seen these pictures? Is that yes?
Yes.
Did your dad used to have talks with you about sex between men?
Yes.
And what types of situations would he talk to you about?
He would talk about the bonding between men, going into battle or in competitions, mostly with regards to battle and history, and that sexual interaction and touching and hugging, but also sex was throughout history was something that men that had gone into battle had done together. Had me read passages about it.
What do you mean, had you read passages about it? What would he give you to read?
Excuse me, Your Honor, can we have a time period, please?
Yes.
What time are we talking about in your life?
Talking about when I was 6.
What would he have you read?
He had history books with passages outlined, various battles and strategy, but in terms of on this subject, there would be particular passages about Greeks, soldiers having had sex with each other before they went into battle as a way of bonding with each other so they have a stronger connection, and he would talk about the same thing with regards to sports and he and I.
And did he talk about fathers and their firstborn sons in this regard?
Not in this. Not that that's what. I'm not understanding the question.
Did he talk about, you said he talked about soldiers and having sex between them as a bonding mechanism.
Yes.
Did he talk about teachers and students?
No.
Did he?
Oh, yes, he did actually. Not teachers. He talked to me about. I don't know. They were like lecturers or traveling lecturers, professors, and they would have arrangements with very close special students, young boys, and they would have sex and they would touch each other.
And did he talk about it with regard to fathers and sons?
He talked about it with regard to our relationship as being very special and our family history with the firstborn and the father.
And what was special about the relationship of the firstborn and the father?
That it was special, and that that was really all that mattered, was the firstborn, and that the sons should do what the fathers say, and then they grow up and they become like the father, and the father teaches them and molds them, and someday me and my son do the same.
And between the ages of 6 and 8, did your father have sexual contact with you?
Yes.
And how did it start?
Just started with, after sports practices, he would massage me, and we would have these talks, and he would show me, and he would fondle me, and he would ask me to do the same with him, and I would touch him, and we would undress.
Where would this
and it
take
was
place?
in my bedroom.
And how often would this happen?
Like 2 or 3 times a week.
And for how long did this happen?
Not too long. It began to change.
When did it begin to change?
I'm not sure exactly at what time, but almost close to when I was 7.
And how did it change?
Just became more involved.
What do you mean more involved?
We would be in the bathroom, and he would put me on my knees, and he would guide me, all my movements, and I would have oral sex with him.
Did you want to do this? At some point, did he do some other things to you?
Yes.
What else did he do to you?
He used objects,
What kind of objects?
a toothbrush, and some sort of shaving utensil brush.
And what would he do with the toothbrush?
Well, in the bedroom, we'd have what we called object sessions, and just slide my pants down or take my pants off. Sometimes it would be for a short period of time, sometimes longer. Just lay me on the bed and he'd have a tube of Vaseline and he just played with me.
And was there some point in time when he decided to use something besides the toothbrush?
Yes.
And did he try to anally penetrate you with something else?
He did.
And what was it?
He raped me.
Did you cry?
Yes.
Did you bleed?
Yes.
Were you scared?
Very.
Did you ask him not to?
Yes.
How did you ask him not to?
I just told him, I don't. I'm sorry. I just told him that I didn't want to do this, and that it hurt me. And he said that he didn't mean to hurt me. And he loved me.
Was that important to you, that he loved you?
Yes, very. But I still didn't want to do it.
Did you tell your mom?
Yes.
What did you say to your mom?
I told her to tell Dad to leave me alone. And he keeps touching me.
What did your mom say?
She told me to stop it. And that I was exaggerating. And that my dad has to punish me when I do things wrong. And she told me that he loved me.
Did you ever tell anybody else?
When?
Did you ever tell anybody else when you were a child? You heard Diane Vandermolen testify. Do you
Yes.
remember telling her?
No.
Did you complain to your cousin Alan?
No, not about that.
Just about punishment. As a child, did you ever tell anybody else what had happened with your dad?
Yes. As a child? No.
Why not?
I was afraid, and my dad didn't want me to.
What did he tell you about telling people?
He just said that it was our secret, that bad things would happen to me if I told anybody. And I told him I never would.
How old were you when this stopped?
8.
So during the time between 6 and 8, when this was going on, did you tell your brother?
No.
Did you do something to your brother?
Yes.
What did you do to your brother?
I took him out to the woods whenever I felt, I don't know, I took him out sometimes, and I took a toothbrush also, and I played with Erik in the same way. And I'm sorry.
It stopped for you with your dad when you were 8. When you were about 13, did you think that it might be happening to someone else?
Yes.
And who did you think it was happening to?
Erik.
And did you do something about it?
Yes.
What did you do?
I talked to my dad.
What did you say to your dad?
I told him that I knew what was going on with him and Erik, and I heard the noises, and that I wanted him to leave Erik alone.
And what did he say to you?
He told me that Erik was... that Erik made things up sometimes, but that it would stop, and that we should keep it just between us, or he'd kill me.
Did you ever tell anybody what you thought was going on?
No, I told him I would never tell anybody. I just wanted to stop.
Did he tell you it would stop?
He did.
Leonard, that's as far as I have for today. That's all right.
All right, you want to take a recess then at this
Yes.
point? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will recess until Monday at 9 o'clock. I want to remind all of you not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Don't form any final opinions about this case. Don't permit yourself to be exposed to anything at all that relates to this case outside of the courtroom. As I've said many times, you must make your decision based only on the evidence presented to you in the courtroom and my instructions on the law. We'll be in recess until Monday at 9 o'clock. Everyone have a good weekend. We'll see you back here then.
Did your mother's looks, how she appeared to other people, seem to be important to her?
She didn't take very good care of herself, but it seemed to be important to her.
Would she ask you how she looked?
Yes.
And sometimes when she asked you how she looked, would she be inappropriately attired?
She would be topless. Usually just topless or like an open robe. And sometimes, with her clothes on.
And what ages are you talking about where she would expose herself to you this way?
Objection, the question is leading and mischaracterizing the testimony.
Overall.
I was about 11.
She help you with your baths?
Yes.
How would she help you with your baths?
She would come in after I'd been in there a while. She would help wash my hair and wash me with a sponge.
How old are you talking about?
Same, 11 to like 11 to 13.
And when you say she would wash you with the sponge, would she just wash your back, or?
No, she would wash me everywhere.
She would wash your genitals?
Yes.
You slept in bed with your mom a lot, didn't you, even when you were little?
Yes.
And did you continue to sleep in her bed around this time when you're 11 and 12?
Sometimes.
And sometimes, did you touch your mom?
Yes.
Would your dad be in bed?
Sometimes.
And where would you touch her?
Everywhere.
Did she touch your back?
She kissed me, but she didn't touch me.
And how long did these things go on for?
Until I was 13, a little bit farther than that.
And when this was going on with your mom, was she nicer to you than she used to be?
No. She was worse.
And did it stop at some point?
It stopped a few months after I was 13.
Who stopped it?
I did.
How did she react to that?
She was furious and, she couldn't be too much worse, but she harassed me and we just sort of had arguments about and problems about that for a long time, a couple of years.
Was your
Really for my whole life, because it came out in other ways too.
Your relationship with your mother was never good before that, is that correct?
No.
Was it worse after that?
Oh yeah, she was just, she was pretty much zeroed in on me after that. Very, I don't know, she felt rejected. I don't know what she felt exactly, but it was a constant attacking.
Were you angry? Were you angry with her also?
Was I angry? I was very angry. I thought that it was unfair.
Why was it unfair?
Because we were doing this and she was enjoying it, and I was hoping that things were going to get better for our whole relationship, and things might get better, and she got worse.
Did you think she was going to love you if you did these things?
I took it to be love, and that's what I want.
Did you always have problems with her after that about your girlfriends?
I always had problems with her, with my girlfriends, yes.
And after all of this stopped with your mother, did she show you specifically that she was unhappy that it had stopped, or she was angry about it?
She harassed me.
What do you mean she harassed you?
She just kept exposing herself, picking me up at the clubs with, in a robe, exposed, leaving her underwear around, calling me into the room when she knew that she was, changing, asking me if she looked pretty, and called me a liar when I said yes. Sometimes she would be in a tantrum, and then she'd come over and she would touch my face real gentle, like she was going to kiss me, and then she would go back into a rage. And she was very upset. And I think maybe Diane being in the house later upset her more.
Do you have a scar by your left eye?
Yeah, from the coffee table.
And your attention.
The picture that's up on the board?
$236, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
Do you recognize this picture?
I recognize who's in it.
Who's in it?
That's myself and Tristesse.
And does something appear to be wrong with your left eye?
Yeah, that's the injury to my left eye. That's the injury to my left eye when I got thrown into the coffee table.
What happened that you got thrown into the coffee table?
I was roughhousing with my dad in the Muncie house, and I grabbed his genitals at one point, which he did to me a lot, but he just snapped. As soon as I did that, he yanked me up, and he said something, but I don't remember, and threw me basically it was only a couple feet, but across the room into a coffee table. And I split my eye open and was just screaming, and he took me by the arm, and he gave me to my mother, and we went to the hospital.
She comfort you?
No, she was very upset. She was upset that I was roughhousing with my dad, and that's what I get for roughhousing with my dad, and I should know better, and and I did get the sense that maybe, I always felt maybe she was sorry and she just wished it didn't happen or something, and so was attacking me in a response to not being able to say that. But she was very harsh.
Do you have another scar on your face below your lower lip?
Yes.
How old were you when you got that?
I was about 17, I think.
And how did that happen?
I was in a I was at a club with a coach of mine, and we were playing and my coach got called off the
Okay, go ahead.
coach got called off the court for a phone call, and then he came back and said, "It's your dad. Father wants us to play outside," and it was raining. I said, "Well, it's raining," and he said, "Well, it's not raining. It basically almost stopped raining, and he wants us to go out," and he was very firm we should go out and dry the courts off, because what am I doing practicing indoors when I've got a tournament outdoors that weekend? Go out, dry the courts, play out there. So a lot of times this coach would just, he won't know, we'll just stay indoors, but decided to go and do that. And we went out to the courts, in the public courts, and we brought a bunch of towels and we dried the courts, and we started playing. And then, we wouldn't play more than 5 minutes, and my dad pulled up in the limo, came around the side of the bushes, came to a stop. We were like, man, he must have called from the car. We thought he was at his office in New York, and he couldn't get there. So he pulled up, and he got out, and he was watching. So we were relieved that we had actually gone to the courts, and we were very nervous whenever my dad was around, especially my coach, because my dad was very aggressive. And I had sprained my ankle, and so I had an ankle problem still, and I was playing with it. And so I just wasn't running as fast, and my dad was ridiculing me and pushing me and saying, what a baby. Look, Brad, he can't run fast. Look at him. Look at him, oh, poor baby. Can't play tennis. Can't run. His ankle hurts. He was doing that over and over and over. And then finally I was so embarrassed, and I just couldn't take it anymore, and I lost control, and I told my dad, "Why don't you just shut up?" And
Had you ever said anything like that to your dad before?
No, never. And my coach was just like this, and I looked at him, my dad. You couldn't believe the transformation of my dad. He just turned red, and he didn't know what to do with himself. He grabbed the ball, and he threw it at me, and the ball hit me.
Could you have stepped out of the way?
Yes.
Why didn't you?
I wanted the ball to hit me.
Why?
Because I had screwed up, and I was hoping. My dad he lost control there, and I wanted to dissipate, and maybe, if he was going to throw a ball at me, I was going to make sure I got hit by the ball. So I got hit by the ball, and he told me to come over, and I kind of walked up to him, and he led me over to the back of the car.
How did he lead you over to the back of the car?
He just grabbed me by the arm and led me. Didn't drag me or anything, because my coach was right there. And put me in the back of the car. As soon as I got in the back of the car, he just punched me straight in the face. And I went back against the window, and he grabbed my neck. He said, "Don't ever embarrass me like that again, or I'll kill you."
What did you do?
Well, I didn't do anything. I just sat there. I had blood all over my shirt.
I can't hear you. Move up. I asked you what you did.
I was in shock. I didn't do anything. I nodded my head, and he tightened his grip on my neck, and he says, "Is that perfectly clear?" And I said, "Yes."
Did you ever talk back to him again?
No, I never talked back to him again. And I didn't see my coach for almost a week. And
what happened to your lip?
It split open completely, and we went back home. Long drive home, and my mother basically attended me, and we just put gauze in the whole thing.
When you got home, did you get out of the car with your dad, or did he get out?
No, he got out first. I was really in shock, and I just sat there. I didn't know what the limo driver was going to do. I didn't want him to see me. I was embarrassed. I didn't know what Brad was going to say later. I just sat in the car. he got out immediately, walked to the house.
Let me back you up. After he hit you in the face, did you leave immediately, or did your dad get out of the car?
Well, he got out of the car, left me there, and he went and he finished picking up the balls with Brad. And apparently he told Brad, "I'm really sorry that this happened. It'll never happen again." And so then eventually, as soon as he picked up finishing the balls, he came back. He told the driver, "Let's go."
Were you crying?
I was sobbing and blood everywhere and just staying near the door.
When you got home then, you said your dad got out first. Your dad got out first?
Right, he got out first. He went into the house, and then he came back out to settle something with the driver. He told me, "Come on." And I got out, and we got my rackets out of the trunk, and I went into the house, and my mom was waiting for me. She had stuff ready to take care of me.
She asked you what happened?
No. She knew what happened. I'm sure my dad told her.
She say anything to you about it?
No, she never said anything about it.
She get in a fight with your dad over it?
No.
Was it ever discussed?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Was it ever discussed in your presence?
It
Did
was-
you ever hear your mom and dad talk about it, or your mom ask you anything about
No,
it?
we just... I thought maybe I was going to be going to the hospital, and she said, no, you don't need to go. It's going to be all right. It'll be fine. And it was, basically, other than the scar that was left.
You were 16, 17 years old?
I was 17.
Why didn't you hit your dad back?
I just didn't hit my dad back.
Were you mad at him?
No, I was in shock, really. 'Cause I hadn't been punched like that. I hadn't been punched like that ever, actually. And I would never hit my dad back. That would be crazy.
Why?
My dad was just a very I just don't think he would have. I don't know what he would have done to me. I would not have just hit my dad or really got angry with my dad either. He didn't tolerate that. That's why that happened to my brother when my brother said no. And only my mother fought back with my dad. Nobody I ever saw in my life. And when he said that, I believed him. And he took the way people treated him very seriously. And you did not treat my father with disrespect.
Did you ever see anybody, except you said your mother, treat your father with disrespect?
Never. And some coaches might argue with him on tennis, be about as far as he would tolerate, and those people usually got fired.
Your Honor, could we stop at this point before I go into another section?
All right, you'll be ready with both juries tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Don't discuss this case with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. Don't permit yourselves to be exposed to anything outside of the courtroom that in any way relates to this case. And we'll see you all back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Yes, I do.
Please take a stand and state your name.
Erik Menendez, Menendez.
Mr. Menendez, you've been in this courtroom since the beginning of pretrial hearings and trial, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Are you aware of the idiosyncrasies of that microphone? If you get too close, it pops. You know that?
Yes.
If
yes.
you get too far away, we don't hear you.
That's right.
Okay. So would you put yourself at a middle distance, if you can? I think you should come in a little closer.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay? All right. Mr. Menendez, where do you live?
Los Angeles County Jail.
And how long have you lived there?
3.5 years.
And during the 3.5 years that you have lived there, on how many occasions have you been in sunshine?
10 times.
Overruled.
10 times?
10 times.
And for how long a period on each of those times?
40, 45 minutes.
And what's the last time you were in any sunshine?
4, 5, 6 months ago.
Is that why you're so pale?
Probably.
You're not sick.
No.
You don't
No,
have
I'm
any
not.
skin diseases.
No.
Do you know who Dr. William Vickery is?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And how long have you known him?
Over 3 years, 3.5 years.
And what is he by profession?
He's a psychiatrist.
And is he someone that you've seen regularly while in the jail?
Yes, he's my psychiatrist.
He's your psychiatrist?
Yes.
I think you better come a tiny bit closer. Thank you. And does Dr. Vickery have you under a prescription for some medication currently?
Yes.
And what is the name of the medication?
Xanax.
And what is your understanding of what it's for?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
So that I can sleep and for my nerves.
Are you a nervous person?
Sometimes.
And how often are you supposed to take the Xanax?
Twice a day.
And are you supposed to take it at night for sleep?
Yes.
Did you take it last night?
Yes.
Did you take it the night before?
The night before, yes.
Now, are you also supposed to take it during the day?
Yes, I am.
Have you not taken it today?
No, I haven't.
And are you planning on taking it during the day so long as you testify?
Yes.
You are?
I'm planning on it, yes.
Do you know if you will?
No.
Do you have some concerns about taking it while you're testifying?
Yes.
And why don't you tell us what those concerns are?
I've been told that when you take Xanax,
Let me ask you something. Does it make you sleepy?
yes.
Are you reluctant to take it when you need to be awake?
Yes.
Were you aware of the fact, Mr. Menendez, that in 1987, 1988, and 1989, your mother took Xanax?
Yes.
Do you know what the dosage is, what the size of the pill is of the Xanax that you're supposed to take?
Yes.
What is it?
0.25?
0.25 milligram?
Yeah.
A quarter of a milligram?
Yes.
And that makes you sleepy?
Yes.
Did you, strike that. How long, strike that. What's the first day that you resided in the Los Angeles County Jail?
March 11th, or the night of the 10th, or the 11th, 1990.
And was that the day that you were arrested?
Yes.
And where were you arrested?
At the L.A. airport.
Los Angeles International Airport?
Yes.
And did Detective Zoller arrest you there?
Yes, he did.
And how did you come to be at Los Angeles International Airport?
I flew in from Miami and London.
And where had you started out on that journey?
I was in Israel playing tennis.
And was your coach, Mark Heffernan, in Israel with you?
Yes, he was.
And did you fly from Israel to someplace and then stop?
I flew from Israel to London,
And then from London to,
Miami,
and from Miami to?
LA.
Now, did something happen? Did you hear something in Israel that caused you to make that flight?
Yes, I did.
And what had you heard?
My roommate called me and told me that my brother had been arrested.
And your roommate's name was?
Noel Nedley.
And was Noel Nedley a man?
Yes.
And did Noel tell you, or did you understand what your brother was arrested for?
I think he told me. Yeah.
You knew it was for killing your parents.
Yes.
And when you learned that did you know your brother was charged or being charged or held on a murder charge?
Well, I assumed. I mean, I knew it was for the killing of my parents, so I...
So you knew the charge would be murder?
Yes.
Did you learn before you left Israel that allegations had been filed against your brother of special circumstances that made it a potential death penalty case?
Yes. No, I'm not sure I knew that before I left Israel, but I knew that in London.
You knew at least that was the potential charges?
Oh, yes. Yes, I knew that.
And how soon after hearing that your brother was arrested did you decide to leave Israel and come back to the United States?
Immediately.
And did you expect that when you came back, you would also be arrested?
Yes.
Did you understand there was a warrant out for your arrest?
Yes, I did.
And did you understand you'd be arrested for the same thing your brother was being held on?
Yes.
Did you ever consider during that period of time running away?
No.
Did you consider hiding?
No.
Did you consider fighting extradition from either Israel or England?
No, I didn't want to fight extradition.
Why?
Because I wanted to be back with my brother.
Why?
Objection irrelevant. Sustained.
Mr. Menendez, you've heard the testimony of your brother that you and he killed your parents on August 20th, 1989. Did you not?
Yes, we did.
And what do you believe was the originating cause of you and your brother ultimately winding up shooting your parents?
Me telling.
You telling what?
Me telling Lyle that,
You telling Lyle what? Was it you telling Lyle about something that was happening?
my dad.
Okay.
My dad.
Your Honor, can I ask a leading question?
If you don't ask.
My dad.
Wait 1 second, Mr. Menendez. Okay, let me ask.
No, he was in the process of answering, so there's no need to ask him.
Can you answer the question?
Yes.
Okay, it was you telling Lyle what?
My dad had been molesting me.
And did you want something from your brother? Is that why you told him?
I wanted it to stop.
Were you seeking help from your brother?
Yes.
And when you were in Israel in 1990, did you feel that seeking help from your brother was why your brother was in jail?
Yes.
In the summer of 1989, Mr. Menendez, did you live with your parents, Jose and Mary Louise Menendez?
Yes, I did.
And how old were you?
I was 18 years old.
And had you always lived with your parents your whole life?
Yes.
You had never been sent away to school, boarding school, or anything like that?
No.
Had you on a couple of occasions gone away to camp for a week at a time?
Yes.
Other than that, did you always live with your folks?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, as of that summer of 1989, had you taken all of your vacations with your parents?
Yes.
Had you ever been an exchange student or studied away from the city in which they lived?
No.
During the years 1986, 1987, 1988, were you aware of the fact that your mother was in a noticeable emotional state a lot?
Yes.
Were you aware of the fact that your mother took medication?
Objection, this is leading.
Overruled as to that question.
Yeah, I knew she took medication.
Did you see her doing that?
Yes.
What was the form of the medication that she took? Was it a liquid? Was it pills?
It was pills.
During the summer of 1989, did that change?
Yes.
Did you see your mother taking her medication during that summer, or did you notice that she wasn't?
No, she had stopped taking it.
And had, at the same time that you realized she had stopped taking the medication, did you see any increase in her very emotional states?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez, during the summer of 1989, were you being sexually molested by your father?
Yes.
And when did that begin? How old were you?
I was 6 years old.
Now, you have seen a series of photographs that we put up on the board some weeks ago. Series is 223 to 230. Just in front of you for a moment. Why don't you look through those and tell me if you remember seeing those when they were last put up in this trial.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Except.
Are those pictures of your 6th birthday party?
Yes.
Other scenes of that day?
Yes.
Now, do you know, can you remember whether or not the molestation began before or after your 6th birthday party?
I was right around then. I believe it was just after.
Excuse me?
I believe it was just after.
After.
Mm-hmm.
And where were you living at the time?
Muncie.
You've seen the chart that we have used to identify the houses.
Yes.
Do you recognize the Muncie house from that chart?
Yes.
And was that house in quite a wooded area?
Yes, it was.
Can you say, Mr. Menendez, that you actually remember your 6th birthday party?
No.
You don't?
I remember a birthday party, but I mean,
But you don't know if you remember that one?
no.
They're stuck together. Excuse me. There's a photograph. Mr. Menendez, do you recall seeing a photograph in this series of your body naked?
Yes.
Do you remember that photograph being taken?
I remember a lot of photographs being taken, and I don't remember that specific one.
The types of photographs, well, your parents both took a lot of photographs of you and your brother, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember naked photographs being taken?
Yes.
And who would take the naked ones?
My dad.
But you don't remember that specific one being taken?
No.
Do you recall when it was that you first saw or shown that naked photograph of yourself?
Just before I got to court.
Was while you've been in jail?
Yes.
How long, from the time you were 6 when you say your father started to molest you, how long did that go on?
12 years.
And were there episodes of sexual activity with your father over that last summer?
Yes.
Over the course of the 12 years, did the type of sexual activity that your father engaged in with you vary and change?
Yes.
Were there patterns to the behavior so that there were actually different kinds of sexual incidents with your father?
Objection, leading.
Overall.
Yes.
And did you come over the years to give those different kinds of sexual incidents names?
Yes.
And would you tell us what were the names that you gave to those different types of incidents?
Knees.
Knees?
Knees.
Knees?
Yes.
That was one type?
Yes.
What was another type?
Nice sex. Nice sex.
Nice sex. What was another kind?
Rough sex.
Rough sex. And was there another kind still?
Yes.
And what name did you come to give that kind?
Just sex.
You called that sex.
Yes.
And was that you called sex some form of intercourse?
Yes.
When before your father died was the last incident of what you called sex?
In May
Of what year?
1989.
And when, before your father died, was the last incident of knees?
In August
Of what year?
1989.
And that last incident of knees took place in what location?
My bedroom.
The bedroom that Detective Zoller was just identifying photographs of?
Yes.
Over the course of those 12 years, between age 6 and age 18, where did most of the sexual incidents with your father take place?
In my bedroom.
Starting at which house?
In Muncie.
And did episodes of sexual activity between yourself and your father also take place in the next house you lived in on Mill Road?
Yes.
And did similar incidents occur when you lived in the house in Pennington on Lakeshore Drive?
Yes.
And were there incidents in the fancy house on Mountain Avenue in Princeton?
Yes.
And were there incidents in the rented house in Calabasas?
Yes.
And were there incidents in the big mansion in Beverly Hills?
Yes.
I'm going to just put this other picture up. I'm just going to show it. So this is the naked picture of you that you were testifying about.
Yes.
Does it embarrass you, this picture?
Yes.
What exhibit number was that?
Your Honor, that one is 232. Now, how important was this idea in your mind that going to college would end the molestation by your father?
How important was it?
Yes, how significant a notion was this?
It was the most important thing in my life. It was everything in my life. It was all I thought about.
Why was it all you thought about?
I don't understand.
All right.
Why was it all I thought about?
Yeah.
Because it would end the sex, and that's all I thought about.
How did you feel at 18 about the fact that your father was having sex with you?
I hated it. I hated it. I hated it.
And what did you think your options were with respect to sex with your father?
Options? I had no options.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you, over the course of the preceding 3 years, ever consider killing yourself?
Yes.
And what was the reason, as far as you understood it, why you thought about killing yourself?
Because it would end the sex. And that's all I wanted.
And had you ever tried to end the sex through confrontation or violence against your father?
Yes.
Yes? You were violent towards your
Oh,
father?
no, not violence, no. But I said no to him once.
You said no once.
Yes.
How old were you when you said no?
I was 17.
And was there a reason that you gave him for saying no?
Not that I gave him.
Was there a reason, though?
Yes.
What was the reason?
I couldn't take it anymore. I didn't want it anymore, and I was really in a bad state that day, and he just walked in the room, and I said no.
He walked in the room, and there were certain signals and things that he would do, which we'll get to later, that told you that sex was...
Counsel, let's not lead the witness.
Okay. Were there certain things or signals that he did when he walked into your room that told you that he wanted sex of some kind?
Yes.
And did any of those things happen on that day when you said no?
Yes.
Now, without going into the details of it, on that particular occasion, after you said no, did your father become upset?
Yes.
And did he do anything violent?
Yes.
And would you just tell us, not what happened, but just generically, what violent things did he do?
He threw me on the bed and went to get a knife and put it at my throat.
Put the knife to your throat?
Yes.
And was there sex with your father that day?
Yes.
Was it that fourth kind that you called
Yes.
sex? Now, after you returned in the summer of 1989, in August, from Kalamazoo, did you have two separate talks with your father concerning your future in college?
Yes.
Could you tell us, first of all, about the first such talk? Do you remember how it took place?
Yes.
And what did he? What was the conversation about?
It was about what I was going to do in college, after college.
It's about what you were going to do in college and
After college,
okay. And what? Who was doing the talking? Were you telling your dad what you were going to do in college?
No, my father was telling me that after college, he wanted me to take business and economics as my major, and after college, he wanted me to take this, I guess, a special program at UCLA, this business law school program that combined it in a certain amount of years, and then after that, he said that we were going to, or he was going to move to Florida. Right at the end of that, and we were all going to go into business. He was going to go into business with me.
Who's we all?
Lyle, Mom, me, Dad.
Okay. So he was telling you what your future was going to be.
Yes.
Is this the future you had planned for yourself?
No, but I mean, I hadn't really planned a future for myself.
You hadn't decided what kind of work or career you were going to do, had you?
No, I didn't know what I was going to do.
And was your father presenting this to you as an idea that he wanted you to think about, or was this a done thing?
No, this is what I was going to do.
And what else did he say about how you were going to deal with college in that conversation?
He told me that I was going to be staying home a few nights a week, that I was going to have my bedroom where it was, and it was going to be my bedroom, and that he wanted me to come home and eat and study with him several nights a week, so that my grades would stay up, and that he would be able to keep apprised of what was going on.
Now, was that a significant piece of information for you?
Yes.
And how did you react to hearing that he expected you to sleep at home?
I asked him what he meant. What he meant I was going to be staying home with my bedroom there and so on. And he said that I was going to be sleeping home several nights a week, so that I could, at dinner and after dinner, go over my work with him. And I couldn't accept what he was saying.
What do you mean you couldn't accept it? You said, "No, Dad, I'm not going to do that." Is that what happened?
No, I just kept asking him what he meant. I couldn't accept what he was saying.
Why?
Because he was saying I was going to have to live at home as well as living at college, and
what?
I didn't expect that.
Okay, you didn't expect that. Did you like that idea?
I hated the idea.
Why?
Because my entire dream had been to go to college and to leave home, and for the last several years, all I thought about was going to college, and suddenly he was telling me that I was going to be living at home, and that
Well, what did you think that meant with respect?
Why don't you let him finish the answer? Did you finish your answer?
No.
Go ahead.
And he was going to be telling me that I was going to be living at home, and that basically the sex was going to continue.
Did he say the sex is going to continue?
No, he didn't say that, but that's what I knew it meant.
That's what you believed it meant?
Yes.
And how did that make you feel?
it made me feel lost. It made me feel like it made me feel like the hope that I had was gone, and that suddenly this was gonna continue throughout college, and I felt like I was crumbling. I felt like nothing mattered anymore, that it was going to continue.
Emotionally, what did you convey to your father during this meeting, if anything? How did you visibly react?
I guess I just acted stunned. I don't know how I reacted.
Did you cry?
No.
Did you ask him if you couldn't stay at school or take other classes?
No, I knew what he was saying, and I knew there was no arguing about it. I asked him what he meant several times, and he spelled it out for me pretty clearly, and I just realized what he was saying.
And do you recall what time of day this particular conversation took place?
Yes.
When was it?
Late afternoon.
And after that conversation, what did you do?
I went up to my bedroom.
And what did you do?
I just laid in my bed and cried and felt sorry for myself.
And what were you sorry about?
I was sorry that it was going to continue, that I wasn't going to get away from college, and I just didn't care about life anymore. I didn't care about things that were going to happen. I couldn't let this go on with my father, and I didn't know what to do.
Well, what did you consider?
I considered just killing myself.
Did you consider killing your father?
No, not at that time.
Were you feeling angry? Were you feeling depressed? Were you feeling sad? What were you feeling at that point?
I was extremely sad. I felt like nothing mattered anymore. I felt like the one thing that I'd been living for suddenly was taken away from me, and I didn't care about life anymore.
Was your social life better when you lived in California versus when you lived in New Jersey, or was it worse, or was it the same?
It was better.
And what was different about your social life in California than when you lived in New Jersey?
I had a lot more friends. I was able to go out with my friends. I was able to hang out with my friends, and suddenly I felt more important.
You popped the mic.
I felt more important.
Okay. Did you feel liked by friends?
Yes.
During those years in California, did you ever think about what would happen if any of your friends knew? Did you think about that?
I thought about it all the time.
And what did you think?
I couldn't accept the fact that they might be able to find out. I was never going to let them find out, and that's just all I thought. I never thought about what would happen if they knew, because that just was not going to happen.
Well, were you concerned about people knowing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want them to know, or did you not want them to know?
No, I did not want them to know.
Why?
Overruled.
Why didn't you want them to know?
Will you specify what it is that he didn't want them to know?
Why did you not want them to know that you were a boy who had sex with his father?
Because I didn't want to be humiliated. I wanted them to like me. I wanted them to think that I was a friend of theirs, and I just wanted to be one of them.
One of the boys?
Yeah.
Did you think what was happening with you and your father was normal or abnormal?
I knew it was extremely abnormal, and I wasn't going to let anyone find out.
Did you think what was happening with your father was all his fault, or did you think it was partly your fault?
No, I thought it was partly my fault.
In what way was it your fault?
That I never stopped him, and then I let it go on, and just those reasons.
Did you have a high opinion of yourself because of what was going on with your father? A low opinion? No opinion?
I thought I was a coward.
What else?
I hated myself for it, and I knew I should have stopped it.
Okay. Now, What did you do after you went through this period of feeling sad and feeling sorry for yourself?
I just cried a lot and decided to leave.
To leave?
To leave. I decided
Like-
to go over to a friend's house.
You mean to leave the house?
Yes.
And what did you do based on that decision, if anything?
I packed my bags.
Back up a little.
I started to pack a big bag, duffel bag.
A big duffel bag?
One of my tennis bags.
Okay. How long were you planning to stay at a friend's house?
Just for a few days.
And had you ever done that before?
I had stayed at a friend's house for a day, but never for a few days, no.
Did you think your parents would let you?
I really didn't care.
So you packed this tennis bag?
Yes.
Did something happen while you were in the process of packing it?
Yes.
What happened?
My mom came into the room. She knocked on the door, and I opened it, and she saw what I was doing. And
Why didn't she just walk in? Why did you have to open the door?
I always kept my door locked.
Did everybody in that house always keep their doors locked?
Yes.
And after your mother came in, what happened next?
She looked at what I was doing, and she said, "Where the hell do you think you're going?" And I said, "Just for over a friend's house for a few days." And she said, "No, you're not." And she just started throwing the clothes out of the duffel bag. And
And what did you do?
I just watched.
And what happened after that?
She screamed and said a few more things about how I wasn't going to leave. And then she ran out of the room.
She ran out of the room?
Marched.
Marched?
She ran and marched out of the room.
She left the room in a hurry?
Yes.
What kind of emotional condition was she in when she left?
She was very angry.
Why was she angry?
We had had a fight before, a year before, about it.
A fight with whom?
We had an argument with my mom a year before, the same sort of argument,
About what?
about running away.
A year before there was an argument about running away?
Yes.
Well, did you tell your mother on this occasion, I'm running away, I'm going forever?
No, that was the year before.
On this occasion, where did you tell her you were going?
I just told her I was going over to my friend's house for a few days.
Did you tell her why?
No.
Did she ask why?
No. I just knew as soon as she walked in the room that there was going to be a problem, and I didn't even bother.
Well, what was her emotional condition? I'm not clear. Was she upset? Was she sad? Was she in despair that
when
her
she
son
walked in the room?
When she walked out of the room?
She was furious.
She was angry?
She was angry, yes.
Okay. Did you have permission to run away from home?
No.
Was she angry the year before when you told her you wanted to do that?
Yes.
And after your mother left the room angry, did someone else come to your room?
Yes.
And who was that?
My father.
And did he say anything to you?
Yes.
What did he say?
He asked me if I had a problem, and he asked me what I thought I was doing, and pushed me against the window, and I came up real close, and he said, "You planning on going somewhere?" And I said,
Now,
"No."
are you remembering this verbatim? You remember every word he said?
No, I just remember the feeling that I had and what he did.
Is this the substance of the conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And what else, if anything? What were the other things he said?
He told me that he was leaving this week, and that I had better be there when I get back.
When you get back?
When he gets back.
Okay.
He said that he was leaving that week, and that he would deal with me then.
Deal with you when?
When he got back.
And what did that mean to you?
I figured what it would mean. I figured that it would mean that he would punish me in some way.
Mr. Menendez, you have to sit back. You keep popping the mic. Try to sit back.
I figured that it would mean he would punish me in some way, in the way he always did.
It wasn't what?
In the way he always did.
Did he strike you during this conversation?
No.
And how did you feel after he left? Were you still going to pack and go to a friend's house?
No, you see, the state I was in at the time, I just didn't care. It just, after my dad told me that I wasn't going to get away from him, in essence, instead of going to college, that I was going to have to stay at home several nights a week, I just didn't care. Nothing seemed to matter to me anymore, and life just seemed to fold right in front of me, and I didn't care whether he hit me. I didn't care whether he killed me. It didn't matter to me anymore, because if I wasn't going to get away from that, then who cared? And so he did what he wanted. It didn't matter anymore.
Well, are those the thoughts that went through your mind after he left?
Those were the thoughts that were there the whole day and the next day.
Okay. And were you then getting ready to put up with the same activity for the next few years that you had been putting up with for the previous 12?
No.
What were you thinking of doing?
I was thinking of just killing myself. I was in a daze, and I didn't know what to do. And I just wanted to die. Life no longer mattered, and I didn't know what to do. I thought of telling Lyle. I thought I couldn't do that it would be too embarrassing, and that I couldn't admit it. And I just...
So two things occurred to you. One, to kill yourself, and the other, to tell Lyle?
Yes.
Over the years, the 12 years, had you ever told Lyle?
No.
Were you ever accused by your father of having told Lyle?
Yes.
And approximately when was that?
When I was about 11.
When you were about 11?
Yeah.
Lyle would have been 13 or 14?
Somewhere right around there.
And on that occasion when your father accused you of telling Lyle, was it true? Had you told him?
No.
Now, on this occasion, you said you considered telling Lyle.
Yes.
What do you think Lyle could do?
I really didn't know. I really didn't. It wasn't a thought that I had planned out. It was just a thought because I didn't really want to die, and I was very afraid that I would. And maybe it was partly to tell Lyle, because that's what my dad always never wanted me to do. I don't know. I needed help in some way, and I just thought about telling Lyle.
Did you think about ways to kill yourself?
Yes.
What ways did you think about?
I thought about just hanging myself. I thought about cutting my wrists. I thought about driving off a cliff, something that I wanted to do before.
Now, at this time in your life, Mr. Menendez, when you lived in Muncie, and you were about 6 years old,
Yes.
how would you describe your relationship with your father, in the sense of what did you think your father thought of you?
I didn't think he liked me very much.
And why was that?
Because I used to cry a lot, and because I wasn't as strong as Lyle, and I wasn't as good as Lyle in the things he wanted me to do.
And how did he express it? Well, did he express in any way that he didn't like you very much? In your mind?
Yes.
What kinds of things did he do that made you believe he didn't like you very much?
He told me that I was a sissy, that I was a coward, and that I wasn't good enough to be in the family. He hit me. He hit me with the belt. He did all kinds of things.
Now, at some point in your strike that. Did you see a different relationship between Lyle and your father?
Yes.
Now, did your father also hit Lyle?
Yes.
Was he also mean to Lyle sometimes?
Yes.
But what was it your father said or did that was different with respect to Lyle than with respect to you?
I don't know. He just seemed to care more about Lyle. In my mind, it was pretty clear.
And were you happy being Erik, the number 2 son
No.
in that family? What did you want to be?
I wanted to be like Lyle. I wanted to be as good as Lyle. I wanted to be liked as much as Lyle.
Now, did something happen during your 6th year with your father that made you think that perhaps your father did like you after all?
Yes.
And could you tell us what started happening during your 6th year that led you to believe that?
He used to come into my room and give me massages.
Now, when you say your room, did you share a room with Lyle?
Yes.
During this time when you were 6, how old was Lyle?
Lyle was, I guess, 9.
And was Lyle very involved in competitive sports at that time?
Yes.
And were there any times when Lyle was not home when you were?
Yes.
And when your father would come into your room to give you massages, would Lyle be present
Yes.
in the room?
No, Lyle would be home.
Was he always home?
Yes.
I thought you just said there were times when Lyle was not home.
There were...
Okay, just rephrase the question.
This is hard.
Okay. Were there times when Lyle was not home when you were home alone with your father?
Yes.
Were there times when Lyle was not home when you were home alone with your father and your father was giving you massages?
Yes.
And were there times when your father was giving you massages when Lyle was home?
Yes.
Okay. And would the same be true of your mother?
Yes.
Would she be home?
Sometimes she was out with Lyle. Sometimes she was home. It really didn't matter at that time.
If your father were alone in a room with you, would other people enter or leave the room during the time that your father was there?
No.
Would it matter what your father was doing in the room? In other words,
It didn't matter if he was hitting me, or if he was just talking to me, or if he was giving me massages. No one ever entered the room. My dad was alone with me.
And was the same true when your dad was alone with your brother, for whatever purpose?
Yes.
So your mother, mainly you're saying your mother never went into your bedroom, whether you were in there or Lyle was in there, when your father was alone with one of you?
No.
Sustained. Answer stricken.
Did you ever see your mother enter your bedroom when you were there with your father?
No.
Did you ever hear your mother knock on the door of your bedroom when you were alone in there with your father?
No, my mother never came.
And what about when Lyle was in the bedroom with your father?
No, she told me not to go near the door.
Did you ever see her go near the door?
No.
Now, Mr. Menendez, these massages that your father gave you in your room in Muncie, was this the first time your father had ever massaged you in any way?
No.
What were the previous massages like, and where did they occur?
At swimming. He would massage my legs, my thighs, my calves to get me ready to go swimming.
And the massages in your room, how did they begin? And what types of massages were they in the beginning?
Just the body massages.
Like what you got for swimming?
Similar. He would have me strip off my clothes until I was just wearing my underwear and lie down on my stomach.
And would he tell you why he was massaging you?
Yes.
What would he say?
He would say it's just to relieve the stress, because he would say that the stress built up because of sports, and there was so much tension and stress that I would need to do this to relax.
And at some point, while you were still living at Muncie, did the massages change in character in any way?
Yes.
And what was the change?
He had me take off my underwear.
And when you took off your underwear, did he do things that he had not done before?
Yes.
What did he do?
He would have me turn over onto my back.
Okay. What would he do?
He would massage my genitals.
And did that go on? I mean, how frequent were these massages?
2-3 times a month.
And was there a period when the massages would be what you've just described, and then they changed again? Something new was added?
I don't understand.
When your father massaged your genitals, as you've just described, was he using his hands?
Yes.
At some point after that, Did he start doing something else?
Yeah, very soon after. I don't even really distinguish between times.
What was the next type of activity called? What did he call it?
Massaging me with his mouth.
And what part of your body would he massage with his mouth?
My penis.
And how did your father behave with you when these massages were taking place? How did he treat you?
He was great. He was kind. He never said anything negative to me. He told me that I was part of the family and that I belonged, and that this was good.
And did he tell you anything about the activity he was engaged in with you? Did he tell you anything about the massages? What were they?
They were to relieve the stress and the tension, and that's what they were there for.
Were they something that you were supposed to tell everybody about?
No, of course not.
Why
No.
do you say of course not?
Well, he explained to me very clearly that this was something between us, and what he said is that this would stop if I told anyone, and that I wouldn't be alone with him anymore, and then I wouldn't get this attention.
So he told you to keep it a secret?
Yes.
And did you want it to stop?
No.
Why?
Because it was the only time I got to spend alone with my dad. It was the only time I got to be with him and for him to be nice and caring with me.
So did that make you feel better about your relationship with your father, these massages that were happening?
Made me feel like
Overall, your answer?
made me feel like I had a relationship with my dad.
Now, apart from these times when he was alone with you, doing these massages, did he treat you better than he had in the past?
Yes, he seemed to care about me. He seemed to love me, and that's all that I wanted.
Now, is that both when he's doing the massages and at all other times? In other words, did he suddenly become nice to you all the time?
No, only when he was in the room.
Well, my question is, when he was not in the room, how was his behavior towards you?
He was like he always was. He was mean. He was sarcastic. He didn't seem to care about me very much. He was just like he normally was.
And strike that. Now, for as long, from the beginning of these massages in your room, for as long as you lived in Muncie, did your father do the things that you've already described, these hand and mouth massages?
Yes.
At some point, you recall the family moved to New Jersey,
Yes.
and do you recall any activity like this, massages type activity, occurring in the house on, and I can not remember if it's north or south, but Mill Road?
Yes.
And was it the same kind of activity, the hand and mouth massages?
Yeah, it was similar. It changed at one point, but it was the same type of activity.
Now, in addition to that activity, which was what he was doing to you, had he at any point while you lived in Muncie started asking you to do things to him?
Yes.
And up until the point when you left Muncie, what sorts of things did he have you do to him?
He was just asking me to massage his body with his back. He used to have his underwear on, and he never took it off. Just his legs and his back and his shoulders.
Now, at some point, Mr. Menendez, did the massages that you were doing on your father change?
Yes.
And was there an occasion when he asked you to do something new?
Yes.
And what was it? Would you tell us what it was that he asked you to do?
He took off his underwear, and he had never done that before. And he had me massage the front of him. And
Yes.
so I started. I massaged his calves and his thighs, and I skipped over his genitals because I didn't want to touch him, and I just went to his stomach, and he said no.
And did you understand what he meant?
Yes.
And what happened next?
I just touched him.
And did anything else happen after you touched his genitals?
Yes.
And did anything else happen?
Yes.
What happened?
I started to rub him, and then he told me to massage him with his mouth.
With his mouth?
My mouth.
And do you remember whether or not at that point your father had an erection?
Yes, he did.
And how did you feel about his asking you to massage him with your mouth?
I didn't want to do that because I had never seen him like that, and I didn't want to do it.
Did it frighten you?
Yes.
Did you therefore refuse, and that ended things?
No, I wanted this time to go on with my dad. I didn't want it to end, so I was going to do what he said. I just didn't want to do all things.
Did you do what he asked you to do during that session?
Yes.
And what happened when you tried to do that?
I gagged. He put his hand on my head, and he shoved my head on his penis, and it went in too far, and I tried to push away, and he just did it. He tried to be calm about it and be nice, but it was too big, and it was too far inside me, and I just pulled away.
Now, did he get angry or upset with you on that occasion?
No.
So it was still nice?
No, I mean it was nice to be with him. I didn't like what I was doing, but I figured that it was just me, and then I would get used to it. I didn't think my dad was doing something wrong.
Did you think anything that had happened up till then was wrong or unnatural or abnormal or weird or anything like that?
No.
Did your dad, strike that, excuse me, Your Honor, did your father talk to you about whether what was going on between you and he was okay or right or normal or historical or anything like that?
Yes, he said it was something that was supposed to happen, and he often referred to ancient times in the Romans and the Greeks and how they used to have sex before battle and talk about how this was natural and this was supposed to happen.
And did you, now you're about how old now, 7, 8?
I'm in the North Mill house.
So you're about 7?
Yes.
Do you think your father was a real smart guy when you were 7?
Yes.
Did you feel your father was very knowledgeable?
I thought he knew everything.
Did you believe everything he told you?
Yes.
And so, did you believe that what he told you about this was true?
Yes.
And did you continue to believe that for a while?
I believed that for a long time.
Now this, strike that, after the North Mill Road house, the family then moved to Pennington?
Yes.
And the activities that you've now described, did they continue in the Pennington house?
Yes.
Did you have a room of your own in the North Mill Road house?
Yes.
And did you continue to have a room of your own in the Pennington house?
Yes.
And the activity that you've described so far with your father giving you 2 kinds of massages and you giving him 2 kinds of massages, did that continue the same when you were in the Pennington house?
Yes, I didn't think of it as 2 kinds of massages, though.
Well, I know, I'm calling it that for now, okay? After this occasion when your father asked you to do a mouth massage, did he continue to ask you to do massages with your hands?
Yes.
And were there other episodes of mouth massages where you were doing that for your father?
It would be one and the other, one after another.
And was he continuing to do the 2 kinds of massages to you?
Yes, he would almost always come in my room and do it to me first, and then I would just follow whatever he was doing.
So you tried to do to him he was doing to you?
Yes, that's what I did.
And at some point, did the nature of these incidents change? Did he either stop doing certain things he had been doing? Did he start doing other things? Did he have you do other things?
Yes.
Okay, tell me what the change was.
He started using different tools and wanting me to do things to him so that he would show me how, and he would do them to me, and so on.
What do you mean by tools?
He had this wooden, it was about this long, and it had a little knob at the end, and it was roundish. And he would tell me to use that on myself, and he would show me how to use it on him, and then he would use it on me.
And what part of your body were you supposed to use this thing on?
My butt.
And did this use of this tool continue over a period of time?
Only a short time, until he started showing me how to use my penis. I didn't call it that at the time, but that's what it was.
And he started to show you how to use your penis to do something to him?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Menendez, do you have some idea of approximately how old you were when your father started showing you how to do something with your
Yeah, I
penis?
was still swimming. I believe I was in 5th grade.
5th grade?
Yeah.
So you would have been 10?
Yes.
And at some point, had he taught you what he wanted you to do to him with your penis?
Yes.
And was there a period when you were having anal intercourse with your father where you were the person penetrated?
Yes.
And during this period of time, what was the mood of these incidents with your father?
I didn't like what was going on. I thought it was really dirty, and but the mood was light, and he would show me how to do something and talk about it matter-of-factly and talk about how this was normal and this was supposed to be done and like anything else.
Was he still being nice?
Yes.
Now, when he... This wooden implement, you said he showed you how to use it on him, but you were also supposed to use it on yourself?
Yes, he gave me that and another thing to use on myself when he wasn't. He was trying to do it to me, but it wasn't working. It was...
When you say it wasn't working, was it hurting?
Yes.
So,
All right, the objection is overruled as to that question, but counsel, please refrain from asking leading questions.
okay. How did your father react at that stage to things hurting you?
He was nice about it. He didn't want to hurt me.
So
and-
what would he do if something was hurting you? Would he continue to do it? Would he
No,
stop?
he'd stop.
And did you ever use that wooden thing on yourself when he wasn't around?
No.
Did you know why he wanted you, did he say why he wanted you to use that thing?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
I don't remember exactly what he told me, but I knew why. It was so that I could practice on myself so that it wouldn't hurt anymore when he did.
Now, at some point, did your father stop being nice?
Yes.
Approximately how old were you?
I was 11 years old. It was just after I finished swimming.
What do you mean by finished swimming?
Swimming had ended. I ended swimming, and it was started after that point.
I don't understand what you mean by you ended swimming. Does that mean you
Swimming had stopped. He had told me that I had to take a certain course in sports. I was either tennis, soccer, or swimming, and it was clear that he wanted me to go into tennis like Lyle had.
you were supposed to choose a sport,
Yes.
and you were supposed to choose a sport to compete in from then on?
Yes.
And it could have been swimming or tennis or soccer?
Yes.
Was it team sport okay, or was it supposed to be an individual sport?
No, he wanted me to choose. It was clear he wanted me to choose swimming. Tennis, because Lyle had gone into it and he didn't want me to swim anymore. So I chose tennis.
That was the impression you got when you chose tennis, that he didn't want you to swim anymore?
I just didn't know. It was real confusing. He sat down with me and he came over to me and he said, "What sport do you want to play? You have to choose a sport." Because I was 11 years old and he said I was becoming a man and it was time to choose a sport. And so I said tennis. Later I found out that he didn't want me to choose tennis, that he wanted me. I blame myself. I thought maybe he wanted me to do swimming. But at the time I thought he wanted me to choose tennis because Lyle had gone into it.
At the time that you chose the sport, you thought your father wanted you to pick tennis. Is
Yes.
that right? Later on, after something happened, did you think that your father had actually wanted you to choose swimming? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Now, what was it, Mr. Menendez, that happened that made you think that your father was upset with you for having given up swimming?
He wasn't nice anymore during the sex.
You have to put the mic in.
He wasn't nice anymore during the sex.
Now, do you recall the first time that he wasn't nice during the sex?
Yes. Yes.
And you were 11?
I was 11.
The reason you're having trouble is it's not facing you. Face it towards
I know. I need to use the restroom. I need a break.
Okay, we'll take a recess and we'll resume at 3:30 or 2:30. I'm sorry, 2:30, ladies and gentlemen. Don't discuss the case with anyone or form any opinions about it. We'll resume at 2:30. So you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Menendez, this particular incident when you were 11, do you remember it?
Yes, very well.
How do you think about this incident in relation to things that happened both before and after?
It's one that just really stands out in my mind.
Is it one of the worst things that happened to you?
Yes.
And thinking about it, do you remember what was happening in the house? Anything you heard or saw before this incident actually began?
Yes.
What was it that was happening?
I heard some fighting with my parents downstairs.
Who was fighting with your parents?
My mom and my dad were fighting.
Between themselves?
Yes.
Was this a physical altercation or a verbal fight?
I didn't know if it was physical. I just heard the verbal. I just heard them yelling at each other.
Okay. And what happened after you heard them yelling at each other?
I heard my father coming up the stairs.
And what house are you in?
Pennington.
Okay. And what happened when your father got up the stairs?
He came toward my room. All I could think about was him coming toward my room and how I was hoping he wasn't going to do that.
Do what?
Come toward my room.
Why?
Because I didn't want him to come into my room when he was angry.
Even if he was angry at someone else?
Yes.
Did you think that it was going to be something sexual?
No, I didn't think it was going to be something sexual if he was angry at that time.
Okay. What did you think was going to happen if he was angry at that time?
I thought he was just going to take out the belt or hit me or throw me someplace. I didn't know what was going to happen.
Did you know what the topic of the argument was between your mother and father?
No.
Did you have any concerns about what it might have been?
Yeah, I was concerned that it might have been over me.
Had there been arguments in the past over you?
Yes.
And had any of those arguments in the past over you resulted in your father physically hurting you?
Yes, he would get angry with Mom, and they would yell back and forth, and then he'd come to my room and just hit me or whatever.
So, did you think it was possibly one of those episodes about to occur?
Yes, that's what I thought was about to occur.
So, if you could tell us what happened, in fact, when he came into your room on this occasion.
He came into the room and he told me to kneel down on my bed.
Okay.
And I did, and he came over to my bed and threw me off the bed and told me to kneel on the floor. And
You made a sweeping motion with your right hand when you said he...
Yeah, he just threw me with his hand on my arm here.
He took you back on the arm and threw you off the bed
Yes.
and said,
And said for me to get on my knees on the floor. And I was real confused because he had just said to get on my knees on the bed. And so I didn't know what to do.
what did you think was going to happen when he told you to get on your knees on the bed?
I thought it might have been some sort of sex.
Why did you think that?
Because when he told me to get on my knees in the bed, usually what would happen would be for me to have some sort of sex with him, but it was strange because he didn't tell me to take off my clothes. He didn't help me take off my clothes like he used to do. He just told me to kneel on the bed, and I didn't understand why. I didn't know what was going on.
So did you then kneel on the floor as he ordered you to do?
Yes.
And was he dressed?
Yes.
Okay, what happened? First of all, did it hurt when he threw you off the bed?
I hit my head against the wall, but I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay, what happened next?
He was unbuckling his pants, and he pulled out his penis. And in some way, either by his hand on my head or by telling me, he told me he wanted me to massage his penis with my mouth.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And you had done that before, hadn't you?
Yes.
Had you ever done it being on the floor on your knees?
No.
Mr. Menendez, is this the beginning of what you came to call knees?
Yes.
And did you call it that because of the position you had to take?
Yes.
And what happened ultimately in this episode?
I had to give him a massage on my knees until he started to have an orgasm.
And had he ever done that before while you were giving him a mouth massage?
No, he had done it, not on my mouth. I was ready to pull away, like I'd always done, and then he just came on a towel or a sheet, whatever he had with him. So I was about to pull away because I didn't know what was going to happen because we weren't on a bed and I was just kneeling down. And he said, "No, swallow," and he held my head to him.
And therefore, did he ejaculate in your mouth?
Yes.
And did you swallow?
Partly. Partly.
And did this upset you?
Yes.
And how did you demonstrate being upset?
I was crying.
And how did he react to your crying?
He pushed me away afterwards.
And did he say or do anything to you afterwards?
Yes.
What did he say or do?
He said, "Why can't you just be like your brother?"
What did that mean?
I thought he just meant, why do I have to cry all the time?
And was he, what was his tone of voice when he said this?
He was rough and he was angry.
Did he at any time at this point use the word embarrassment?
I don't remember him using the word embarrassment. He just started talking about how I wasn't a Menendez and how I was never going to be good enough to be a Menendez and how he was ashamed to have me as his son, and then he said I'd get used to it and left.
And what were you doing while he was saying these things to you?
I was just sitting on the floor crying.
And after he left, what happened?
I went to the door to see if he was still around the corner, and I just went to the bathroom and threw up.
Where was the bathroom in relation to your bedroom?
It was in the middle of the hall.
In the middle between what and what?
Between my bedroom and my parents' bedroom.
Back up from the mic a little bit. And you threw up in the bathroom on that occasion?
Yes.
Now, were there other incidents like this one after this incident?
Yes, this is what started to happen all the time. He no longer had me on the bed. He no longer had me sit on the bed between his legs. He no longer had me lie down on the bed. It was just on my knees.
And in addition to your just being on your knees, was his attitude after this different than it had been?
Yes, it changed dramatically.
And how was he from then on?
He was no longer nice. He now yelled at me all the time. He forced me to do things. I had to do whatever he said, and it didn't matter if I complained or if I said no or if I said, please stop. He didn't stop. He completely changed.
And when other episodes like this would occur, did you ever throw up after those?
Yes, I threw up almost every time when he would come in my mouth.
Now, how far away from your parents' bedroom was this bathroom where you were throwing up?
8 feet, 10 feet.
And your mother, Mr. Menendez, when you were in the bathroom throwing up because of what your father had done, did your mother ever come to you?
No.
Were there times up until this point in your life, 11 years old, when you had been ill and thrown up?
Yes.
And had you thrown up in that very same bathroom?
Yes.
And when you were ill and threw up, did your mother come in the bathroom?
Yes.
Did she make inquiry?
Yes, she asked me what was wrong.
At any time, Mr. Menendez, from this point on, when you were in that bathroom throwing up because of sex with your father, did your mother ever come in?
No.
Now, after this incident at 11, did your mother begin to do something peculiar with respect to your body?
No, it wasn't right after that incident. It was much later.
How much later?
Almost a year. It was when other stuff started to happen.
What kind of other stuff was happening? Just generically.
Actual sex.
Intercourse?
Yes.
And it was after that started to happen that your mother started to do something to you?
Yes.
And what was it that your mother started to do?
She would ask me to sit on the bed and take down my pants so she could examine me.
Examine you where?
And my genitals. She called it checking me out. She would say, let me check you out. And I would sit down on the bed and she would look at my penis.
Would she, did she tell you why she was checking you out?
She just said to see if there was anything wrong. She didn't give me any details about why.
And were there times when there was something unusual?
Yes.
Okay. And what were these unusual things?
I would just have small blisters on my penis.
And would your mother do anything about that?
Yes.
What did she do?
She used to squeeze them and pop them.
And did she ever ask you where they were coming from?
No.
And did she ever tell you what they were?
No.
And at that point, strike that, you've testified that around 10, your father had taught you to have anal sex with him, correct?
He taught me how to do it, yes.
Yes. And at this point, when your mother is checking you out, is that still happening?
Very infrequently.
Does your mother continue to check you out for several years?
Yeah, all the way up until we moved to California.
And is there some other types of activities with your father that begin during the period that she's checking you out?
Yes.
And are those the things you came to call rough sex?
Actually, I was referring to nice sex.
Okay, but was there also rough sex happening during that time?
Yes.
And did rough sex involve your father hurting you with things?
Yes.
And what kind of things was he hurting you with?
Needles, pins, tacks,
What was he doing with the
Rope.
needles? Excuse me?
rope.
What was he doing with the needles and the pins and the tacks, generally?
He was sticking them into my thighs and my butt.
Was he doing anything to your penis?
Yes.
What was he doing?
Sometimes he'd be giving me oral sex, and sometimes he would have just tied up my penis.
Back up. Tied it up with the rope?
Yes.
And would that hurt?
Yes, very much so.
And when those activities were going on, was your mother still checking you out?
Yes.
Now, your father, during the years that you lived in Pennington, was an executive with the RCA Corporation, was he not?
Yes.
And was he traveling a lot?
Yes, he was traveling almost every week. At least he was in New York, away from the house almost every week.
Well, was he away for the whole week, or was he away at least part of each week?
Part of each week.
Was he a very busy person?
Yes.
And did he talk about how important and busy he was at work?
Yes, he'd talk about his work, not during these sessions, but at home at other times.
At any time, Mr. Menendez, when you were alone with your father in your room, when any of these sexual things would happen, would your mother ever come and say, Jose, you have a phone call, or anything like that?
No.
Did your father spend a lot of time on the phone with business other than when he was in your room?
Yes.
And would he receive a lot of phone calls at the house?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez, during these years when you were living in Pennington and these things were happening, did you think your mother knew what was going on?
No, I
Calls for speculation overall.
no, I didn't.
Were there times when, following one of these episodes with your father, you'd be crying?
Yes.
Did your mother ever come upon you when you were crying?
Sometimes after these, I'd have to go downstairs to dinner, or afterwards, and she would come when she'd see me crying. And
Did
yes.
she ever ask you, Eric, what are you crying about?
No.
Would she ask you that sometimes if you were crying and it had nothing to do with sex with your father?
Sometimes, but often when I was crying, it was apparent why I was crying.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I would be crying at the swimming pool, or I'd be crying coming from school, and then she'd ask me what was wrong. But if it was from sports or just from coming out of my room, she would.
I don't understand what you mean from sports. Perhaps I didn't understand your
If it was from swimming or if it was from tennis, almost never when I was playing soccer, I don't think I cried, but if it was from sports and she was there and I
She
came
knew.
in, yes.
Okay. What I'm saying is, were there times that you would be crying when she didn't know what caused it, and she would ask you?
Yes.
Did she ever ask you why you were crying when it followed one of these episodes with your father?
No.
And what would she say, if anything, to you when you were crying following these episodes with your father?
She would say, do what I told you to do.
What had she told you to do?
She taught me how to hide my tears and to not cry. And if I was crying, she taught me how to get rid of the tears, make it seem like I hadn't been crying.
And what was the method?
She had water that she would tell me to put in my eyes. Otherwise, she had this little special thing that she would keep in my bathroom to put in my eyes.
What was this little special thing?
I'm not sure what it was. It was in a little plastic container.
And she put it in your eyes?
She taught me how to.
So you'd put it in your eyes?
Yes.
These episodes with your father, what time of day did they usually occur?
At night.
Before or after dinner?
Either before or after. Usually before when he got home from work, but sometimes it would happen after.
If it were before dinner, would you still be expected to come down to dinner?
Yes, unless I was unable to.
And were there times when you were unable to eat dinner?
There was times when I was unable to come down to dinner
Why was that?
because I was crying too much, or I was too much of a mess, and I was shaking, and I couldn't come down to dinner. I used to get these pounding headaches, sort of like sears through my brain, and my dad would say, "You're not going down to dinner."
Were you usually, however, expected to go down to dinner after one of these episodes?
Yes.
And would that be why you would dry your tears or put water in your eyes?
Yes, a lot of times. Sometimes not. Sometimes I would go down to dinner with my eyes red.
And what
but
would happen? How did your father react to that?
He didn't like it, and sometimes he would cope with it, and he just wouldn't talk to me. I was usually ignored at dinner anyway, but this time he really wouldn't talk to me.
Now, if we could go back, after this incident that you've described when you were 11, did your ideas about these times alone with your father change?
Of course, I don't understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay, what did you think of what was going on at that point when your father got violent when you were 11?
I thought he was just angry at me. I learned that he actually just wasn't angry at me, but at the time I thought he was just angry at me.
And what did you think he was angry about? What had you done?
I wasn't sure at first. Later on, I figured that maybe he really wanted me to choose swimming, and since that was his sport when he was growing up, and he was just doing this to get back at me.
So that's what you seized upon? You thought, oh, it must be because I gave up swimming?
Yes.
His anger, however, in these episodes, you said, went on for a long time.
Yes.
Did you think you were doing anything else wrong that would make him angry with you this way?
I thought I must have been doing something wrong, and I didn't know what, so I just tried to do everything right. I tried to be perfect in school, I tried to be perfect in tennis, but I didn't know what exactly I was doing wrong. He didn't tell me.
And did the fact that these kinds of episodes were now happening change the way you felt about your life?
Of course. How do you mean change?
Did you get depressed?
Yes, I got very depressed, and I just had trouble concentrating in school. I just had trouble dealing with it.
And
really, I had trouble dealing with the fact that my father no longer loved me, more than anything else. But it was because when it got painful, it was harder. But when it was just giving him massages, it was just because he didn't love me.
I don't understand. What do you mean when you were just giving him massages?
Before anything really painful started to happen, I felt very depressed and very lonely because I lost my dad's love, and I didn't understand why I did that. But after it got painful, then I started just wanting it to end and not really caring so much about dad's love as much.
Now, when it got painful, is that what we were talking about? Is that the rough sex stuff?
Yes.
And how old were you when that started?
I was 13.
And how long did that go on?
Until we moved to Princeton.
Okay. And you moved to Princeton when you were 15 and a half?
Yes.
Now, before the rough sex started, the thing that you talked about with the tax and such, was there yet another... Oh, strike that. Let me back up. You said at some point your father had anal sex with you. Is that right?
Yes.
And how old do you believe you were when that happened?
I was in 6th grade. I guess I'm pretty sure I was 12.
And was that within a year of the episode you previously described at 11?
Yes.
Now, you've mentioned earlier that he had made some efforts to accomplish anal intercourse with you that had been unsuccessful because it hurt you,
Yes.
and therefore he had stopped?
Yes.
And that was before the incident when you were 11 when he was violent, is that right?
Yes.
Now, when you were 12, do you recall the day that he succeeded?
Yes.
And was that a gentle process or not?
No, not at all.
What was it, Mr. Menendez?
It was very, very painful.
And do you know if on that occasion anyone else was in the home besides yourself and your father?
No, I was alone in the house with my dad.
Now, was there a part of your bed that was removable?
Yes.
And what was that part?
It was a wooden slat that there were many of them under my bed, but he had taken one off and left it off.
He being whom?
My father.
And when had he done that, removed one and left it off?
Early on.
I don't know what that means.
Early on, when I guess I was, before anything bad started to happen. It must have been
Before you
9,
were 11?
10. Yes.
But you were living in Pennington?
Yes.
And what would he do with the slat that he took off from the bed?
He would wedge it underneath the door and under the doorknob and the carpet.
So that no one could open the door from the outside?
Yes.
And I think you've already said your mother never came to the door anyway.
No.
So did you have in mind at the time who that slat was supposed to keep out?
Well, I thought it was to keep out anyone from coming in the room. It just happened that no one came to the room ever, but I didn't know.
Who were the candidates? Who were the other people who lived in this house?
My mother and my brother. And at some time, Diane.
When Diane lived with you?
Yes.
Now, on this particular occasion, nobody else is home?
No.
No?
No one else is home.
Okay. And do you recall basically what happened?
Yes.
Basically what happened?
My dad came in and told me to take off my clothes and to kneel on the bed. And he closed the blinds and he put the slat underneath the door like he always did. And he told me to bend over the footboard.
This bed had a footboard and a headboard?
Yes.
And did you know what it meant to be told to bend over the footboard?
Yes.
He had had you do that before?
Yes. That's when he tried to have sex with me but wasn't able to.
And did your father put anything on you or ask you to put anything on you?
This time he just did it himself. Usually he told me to.
What was it that was put on you?
He had a Vaseline jar.
And in the past, when he had tried to do this, he had had you put the Vaseline on?
Yes, he put some on himself, and he had me put them on myself.
On this occasion, he put it on you?
Yes.
And what happened?
And he lined himself up and he started going into me like he had always done, but this time he was going in too far. And I said, "Dad, please stop." And I said, "Dad, you're hurting me." And he just kept on going further. At one point, I just started screaming, and I started saying, "Stop, it hurts, it hurts." And he just went all the way in.
And did that hurt?
Yes.
And how did you react to that pain?
I just sort of died off. I didn't, I stopped screaming, and I just sort of left myself.
You left yourself?
I just pretended that it wasn't happening. I pretended that the pain wasn't happening, and I just went away in my mind. It was too painful.
When it was over, did you cry?
I was crying during it.
Okay. And after it was over, were you still crying?
Yes.
And did your father say anything to you at that time?
Yeah, he had a towel on the bed, and he put the towel on the bed, and he had me sit on the towel so that I wouldn't get anything on the bed. And he said, very calmly, and looked at me and told me to look him in the eyes, and he said, "Next time you ever scream or yell, I'm going to beat you so bad you'll never be able to scream or yell again."
Did it occur to you, did something occur to you about this episode concerning why he had gone ahead when you were in pain?
Yes.
What was that?
It was because when I had screamed or yelled or cried out before, he had told me that if I ever did that, he was going to go all the way inside of me.
That was on a previous occasion when he was trying to do this?
Yes.
So he kept his word.
Yes.
Did you believe, Mr. Menendez, as you were growing up, that your father was a person who would make good on his threats?
Oh, yes.
Now, did your father, in this particular conversation after this episode, strike that. Your father said to you that if you scream again, he'll make sure he hits you hard enough that you won't be able to cry or scream again?
Yes.
And did he explain to you whose fault that would be?
Yes, he asked me whose fault it would be. He asked me if I understood, and I said yes. And he said, "So if I ever do that, do you understand whose fault it'll be, or do you know why it will happen?" And I said yes.
Okay. And whose fault would it be?
He made it very clear that it would be my fault, and I understood that it would.
What did you do, if anything, after this episode? Did your father leave after he had told you it would be your fault?
Yes, he left and he closed the door.
And when he told you this about whose fault it would be, what kind of mood was he in?
He was in a very stern, very serious, very strong mood.
And what did you do after he had left?
I sort of waited outside the door in my bedroom, listening to see where he had gone, and then just went to my bathroom and got in the tub.
Took a bath?
I took a hot bath and just promised myself to do whatever he wanted, never to scream, never to yell, never to cry. Just do what he wanted when it happened.
Now, over the preceding couple of years, talking about now you're 12 when this happened, is that right?
Yes.
Over the previous couple of years, had, in the incidents with your father, had the talking stopped?
Oh, yes. No, he told me that he didn't want me to say a word when he spoke, and he talked about silence. When he talked, he would talk, but he would never want me to say a word unless he spoke to me. And when he talked, he would give me lectures about silence, about the Romans, about the Greeks. He would lecture me about different things.
During the sex or during the visits that included sex?
Either while I was getting dressed or while I was undressing. Sometimes in the middle, but usually not.
And were you allowed to talk?
No, not unless I was asked a question.
And did silence become the pattern?
Yes, he told me all about silence.
What about silence, Mr. Menendez? What did he tell you?
He told me that silence was the greatest thing that man had. He said that it was the greatest power that anyone could achieve, and that with silence you could control anyone.
And was there a time then when the sexual episodes with your father were totally and completely silent?
Yes.
When he would say nothing whatsoever?
Yes, then it would be silent.
And you would say nothing whatsoever?
Yes.
Now, was there a time when the sexual incidents that you have called nice sex began?
Yes.
How old were you when that happened?
I believe it was just after 6th grade. I know it was before 7th grade, but I believe it was just before the ending of 6th grade, or in the spring, or right before the summer. I know Diane was there, so it had to be right around that period.
Now, why, Mr. Menendez, did you come to label these incidents nice sex?
Because of how bad the rough sex was.
Okay. So by comparison, these were nice.
Yes.
And were these incidents different than knees?
Yes, completely different.
Okay. What was different about this? And you don't have to describe everything that was done here, okay? Just the general feeling of it. What was different about this than knees?
It wasn't violent. He wouldn't come in and have nice sex when he was in a bad mood. He would always do it when he wanted to relax, when he had a tough day at work, he said, and he just wanted to be comfortable with me. He would come in and have this with me.
And did this involve a variety of sexual activities
Yes.
that he required you to do to him?
Objection, moving.
Could you characterize in 2 sentences, perhaps, what was involved in these episodes of nice sex? You don't have to give details. You don't want to give the details of this, do you?
It just had me giving him massages with my mouth, him giving me massages with his mouth, and my testicles and my butt, and so on.
Okay. And he wouldn't be angry or violent during these?
No.
Now, rough sex, strike that. Would these episodes called nice sex take longer or less time than, say, knees?
Took a lot longer.
How did you feel about these episodes?
I liked knees better because it was short, and he would just come in, and sometimes he'd have me make me swallow, or sometimes he wouldn't, and I really didn't like that at all. But it was short, and I wouldn't have to put up with a lot of long, drawn-out things.
Okay. And nice sex was longer and long drawn-out things?
Yes.
And rough sex, did it seem to be related in some way to one of the other types?
It seemed to be related to the nice sex, but it was different.
And what was different about rough sex?
It was very strange. It was very dark. He turned off the lights. He put candles around the bed and on my nightstand and on my dressers, and he would light them, and he would put the candles in cups, the cups that he would bring from the kitchen, or different plates that were in my bedroom. And it would be very dark, and it would be very quiet, and he would do these things to me.
And was that when he was doing things with tacks and such?
Objection, moving.
Have you told us already about some of the things he would do?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez, before this set of episodes called rough sex began, did your father announce to you something about pain training?
Yes, he did.
And could you tell us about that?
He told me that I was the biggest sissy and the biggest coward he had ever seen in his entire life, and that he was ashamed to have me as a son because I couldn't take the pain and I couldn't be brave from what he had seen.
What was he referring to? Do you know?
He was referring to a shot I got in the doctor's office when I was in this doctor's office and he was there. The doctor had pulled out this needle, and I was real calm and I was real relaxed until he stuck it in me, and I was screaming and crying and really crying out to the point where I had to go out the back door of the office. And
why'd you have to go out the back door of the office?
Because I was embarrassed, but he was so embarrassed that he could not leave and go into a group of people who were in the doctor's office waiting room.
Who's he? Who was embarrassed?
My father.
Okay. So you were crying and he didn't want to walk you through the waiting room because you were crying?
No, he didn't want to walk through the waiting room because I had been screaming in the doctor's office.
Okay, were you still screaming?
No.
He just didn't want anybody to know who was the screaming kid?
Yes.
Okay. And after this, he made this announcement to you about your being sissy and coward?
Yes.
And what did he tell you he was going to do about that, if anything?
He told me that he was going to train me how not to feel pain, not to have to feel the hurt of the pain, and that he was going to eliminate that from my senses, my feelings.
And how did he then demonstrate to you how he was going to do that?
He did that.
Would you back up from the mic a little bit? Thank you. And would you tell us, how did he do that?
he would stick things in me as he was giving me oral sex, or at times he would just sit on the bed with his legs up, spread, and with his back to the back of the bed, and he would have me give me oral sex, and he would stick the needles or the tacks into my thighs as he was doing this.
Did he also use a knife at any time during? And these were the incidents that you've come to call rough sex?
Yes.
And did he also use a knife at any time?
Yes, he would. He had this wooden kitchen knife that he would use to he wouldn't be doing anything with sex at that point, though. He would just have me sit on the back of the bed. He would put a towel under my legs, and he would just cut my thighs with the knife.
And do you have a scar that is still visible on your thigh from when he did that?
Yes.
Which thigh is it?
My left thigh.
And how long is this?
It's not really my thigh. It's my right on the side of my knee.
On the side of your knee?
Yeah, right at the bottom of my thigh.
And how long is this scar?
It's about that long.
And do you recall that that's something that was done during one of these episodes?
Yes.
Was there something, Mr. Menendez, that you called the mirror?
Yes.
And what was the mirror?
The mirror would happen a lot after sex. Sometimes it would just happen after I played tennis, or just when he got home and wanted to know how I practiced. It was a circular mirror it was like a sailing mirror. It looked like a sailor's port, and it had sticks coming out the side of it, like 12 sticks around the mirror. And
Did it look like a
it had
wheel
rungs.
of a ship?
Yes, that's exactly what it looked like.
Okay. It was a round mirror
Yes.
that looked like a ship's wheel?
Yes.
Okay. And where was it? What room was it in?
It was in my room on my, not my nightstand, the dresser, right across from my bed. That's what it's called.
It was in your bedroom. Was it mounted on the wall, or was it sitting on the dresser?
It was just sitting on the dresser, leaning up against the wall.
And what did the mirror have to do with your father? Well, strike this. He would be drilling you, asking you questions?
Yes.
What did the mirror have to do with his asking you questions?
Well, he would take my chair. I had a wooden chair, and he would take it and he would put it in front of the mirror, or he would have me stand up in the mirror. If it was after sex, I'd be doing it naked. If it was after tennis, I'd have my tennis clothes on. And he'd walk around behind me and ask me questions.
What kinds of questions?
He would say, "How did you feel today when you were on the tennis court? Did you feel you did well?"
And what would you say?
I would give my answer.
Well, hypothetically, give an answer so we can hear how this would go.
I would say, "Yeah, I think I played well." And he would say, "Wrong."
And now what was supposed to happen, if anything, when he said, wrong?
I'd have to hit myself in the head.
You'd have to hit yourself?
Yes.
Without hitting yourself, would you just show us what you were supposed to do? But don't hit yourself.
I'd have to go like this.
Okay. And what would happen if you didn't go like this?
Well, it wasn't like this. I'd have to hit myself.
I understand that you'd have to hit yourself. And what if you didn't hit yourself hard enough, or if you didn't do it, or if you missed? What would happen?
He'd hit me.
And where would he hit you?
In the back of the head.
And how long would these question sessions in front of the mirror go on?
Half hour.
And how many wrongs
Not sure.
typically would you hear?
I would hear, it depended on how stubborn there were times when I just couldn't take it anymore. It would just well up inside of me, and I couldn't stand it. And I knew the answer he would want after a while. I knew that if I was on the tennis court, he'd say, how did you play in tennis today? And I'd say, badly. And he'd say, right. And I'd say, how did you hit your forehand? I'd say, terribly. And he'd say, right. And he'd say, did you hit it down the line like I told you to? No. And he'd say, right. But sometimes he'd trick me once he knew that I was catching on to him, and sometimes I would just give the wrong answer on purpose.
Would you give a truthful answer? In other words, if you thought you played well, would you sometimes say, I played well?
Sometimes I would say I played well, but I knew I'd get punished for that.
You knew he'd say wrong,
Yes.
but you did it anyway,
Yes.
because you had played well.
I had played well, and that wasn't really the reason. I just needed to defy him in any way I could.
Okay. And what would be the result of that kind of defiance?
I'd hit myself.
And how often would the mirror occur?
At least every week. Sometimes more, it really depended. It would usually happen on a Saturday and Sunday after I played tennis, or one time during the week after any sort of sex massage. It depended.
Mr. Menendez, could you please sit back for a second? Take a breath and see if you can stay back there. Okay? Okay?
Yes.
Now, you heard your brother Lyle testify that there were many, many occasions in his life when your father would take him to some part of the house and they would sit down for hours at a time and your father would lecture or drill your brother. You heard that testimony.
Yes.
Did your father ever take you to some part of the house other than your bedroom and give you similar lectures and drills to what he did to Lyle?
No, it would only be the mirror.
It would only be?
It would only be the mirror.
So the mirror was what he did to talk to you?
Yes.
And what about the dinner table? You heard your brother describe what he was put through at the dinner table. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did that sound right to you? Is that what you recall happening at the dinner table to your brother?
Yeah, it was much worse than he described, but it was bad.
Much worse for him?
Yes.
And was it ever that bad for you at the dinner table as it was for him?
No.
Did your father do the same kind of questioning of you in front of the mirror that he did of your brother at dinner?
Yes.
Do you remember your father ever making Lyle smack himself for giving wrong answers at dinner?
No.
Your Honor, could we have a break at this point?
All right, we'll take a recess. We'll resume at 20 minutes to the hour. Don't discuss with the direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Menendez, can you look to your right to the pictures of yourself that are on that board?
Uh-huh.
Can you see them?
Yes.
How old were you in those pictures?
I think I was 10 or 11.
You
No, wait,
appear-
that's Hershey.
You appear to be playing tennis in the one on the bottom.
Yeah, that's
you know?
Hershey. It's got to be 12 or it's got to be 11 or 12 because Hershey didn't start till I was 11. I think that was the first time I ever played in Hershey.
So at the time those photographs of you were taken, you had already been raped by your father, had you not?
Yes.
And following that, did you make an effort to run away?
Yes.
And did that occur, what time of year?
In the summer.
And was this a time when someone was visiting with your family for the summer? A relative?
Well, she was visiting more than just for the summer.
Okay. Who was visiting?
Diane.
And how did you try to run away?
I just went across the lake in a canoe and decided to leave.
Did you pack up some things?
I had a lunchbox and I had a little school book sack that I put some clothes in, and I filled the lunchbox with food.
And did you get away?
I got away for the all afternoon until nighttime when it started to get real dark, and there was a forest across the not across the street, across the lake, and it was a real heavy, dense forest, and you could get lost, and I did.
And did somebody find you in the forest?
Yes, I heard my father calling after me.
And did he find you?
Yeah, I called after him.
Why'd you do that if you were trying to run away?
At that point, I was much more scared of being in the forest at night than running away.
And what happened? Did your father eventually come upon you?
Yes.
And what was his reaction?
He was furious.
And did he do anything to you?
Yes, he picked me up. I was sitting on the back of a tree. Well, my back was to the tree, and I was sitting on the ground of it. And he picked me up and threw me against a tree and said, "If you ever run away, I'll kill you. Do you understand me? You'll never get away." And he just went on and on and on about how this was stupid and how this was ridiculous and how I was embarrassing him. And
Embarrassing him to whom?
Diane Vandermolen was in the house at the time, and he was more embarrassed that I had done this, and Diane would now realize that I tried to get away from the house than anything else.
Objection, this is speculation.
Overruled. The answer will stand.
Okay. Now, at this point in your life, after this effort to run away, did you resolve somehow to change something about the way you were dealing with your father?
Yeah.
And what was your resolution?
I decided to try to do something. I didn't know what to do. I thought about killing myself, really, and once I failed at that, I tried to just try to resist him in some way.
What do you mean you failed at killing yourself? Had you tried to kill yourself?
Yes.
What had you done?
I had just filled up the bathtub with water and broken over one of my dad's razors and just sat there looking at the razor and the water, but I wasn't able to do it.
Did your dad have straight razors?
Yes. No, what do you mean by straight razors? He had the ones that you...
So when you say you broke open a razor, you mean a razor blade?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He had one of those, like, 6-packs where you would throw out the blade and put in another blade.
Double-edged blade?
Yes.
Did you cut yourself?
No.
What had you resolved to do by way of fighting back?
I didn't really know what to do.
What did you do?
I hid from him. I put cinnamon in his drinks and his coffee and his tea.
Why did you put cinnamon in his drinks?
Well, at the time, I was in 7th grade, and I had a group of kids, friends of mine, that were really involved. No, they weren't involved, but they talked a lot about sex, and it made me very uncomfortable. So I would sort of shy away and just listen.
And what did you hear that led to putting cinnamon in your father's drinks, if anything?
I heard that it made it taste better.
It made what taste better?
His semen.
And so you did it so it would taste better?
Yes.
Now, was it at some point after you were 11 years old that you developed a rather peculiar eating habit?
Yes.
Did you think it was peculiar?
No.
Okay. That's my word?
Yes.
What did you do?
I used a lot of lemon in my food.
And what do you mean by used a lot of lemon? What are we talking about here?
Well, in essence, I would put the lemon in the bowl first, and then put whatever I was going to put in the bowl, like fish or rice or whatever. Sometimes I'd just pour the lemon over the food if it was already on the plate, but otherwise I would just drown my food in lemon.
All of your food?
Soup, the meat, chicken,
Overruled.
the fish, the rice, pretty much everything.
So would you consume a large quantity of lemon every week?
Every day.
And when you're eating all this lemon, did you notice it had any effect on your sense of taste?
Yes.
What would happen?
I wouldn't taste as much.
You wouldn't taste as much of your food?
I did it for a specific purpose, but it didn't seem to work all that well.
What was the purpose for which you were doing it?
So that I wouldn't have to taste my dad's.
Okay. Let me ask you something. Where did the lemon come from? Did you go and buy it for yourself?
Where the idea come from?
No. Where did the actual lemon that you're putting on everything come from?
Oh, from my mother.
And would your mother, did she ever run out of lemon?
Yes.
And would she be concerned about that?
Yes.
So did she make it a point of trying to always keep you supplied with lemon?
She kept stocks of lemon.
Did mother ever ask you why you were drowning all of your food in lemon?
No, it was a big joke in the family, and the relatives and so on, but no one ever asked me why.
She never asked you why?
No.
Objection,
Overruled.
Mr. Menendez, was there something about your father's demeanor or look during what you've called rough sex that was distinctive?
Yes.
And could you tell us what that was?
It was the look in his eyes. It was the way he would look at me, through me, past me. He would. I remember at one time he stuck me with a tack, and it really went far into me, and I sort of went, and he just twisted his head around and looked right through me, and it was scary.
Was that different than the way he looked at you when he was angry or when other kinds of sexual activity were going on?
Yes, it was like a glazed look. It was as if he wasn't there. It was as if he was, or didn't think I was there. It was really scary because I didn't know what he would do, because it's hard to describe. And on all the other occasions, he was just angry or he was nice. He was there. He was all there, and he was very bright. And I would sort of know what he was thinking. But in this time,
on these occasions, could you know what he was thinking?
I had no idea what he was thinking.
And why was that particularly scary?
Because of what he was doing.
Did you think on these occasions that he saw you differently? In other words,
I didn't even know if he saw me when he was in the middle of it. It just was really weird.
Okay. Now, you've testified that this rough sex ended when the family moved to the house in Princeton.
Yes.
Do you know why it ended?
No.
And a few months after the family moved to Princeton, did the family move again to California?
Yes.
And was there something unusual with respect to your father and his molesting you that occurred after the family moved to California?
Well, it ended.
It ended, or it stopped for a while?
I had thought it ended, period. It turned out it didn't, but that's what I thought had happened. I thought it was because we moved to California. I was really excited about moving to California and getting out of the Princeton house, which was a very depressing, sad house. And my mom was in that same state as well during that time.
I don't understand you. Your mom was in what state?
She was very depressed, very sad.
During what time?
In Princeton.
Could you back up from the mic? Just ignore it and stay back. We'll hear you. So you thought the move to California was going to be what?
I thought it was going to be like a new beginning. I thought it was going to change everything.
And you thought it was going to change the sex?
Yes.
And for how long in California, when you first got here, was there this stopping, this no sex with your dad? Do you understand the question?
For about 3.5 months. Once we were in California, for about 3.5 months.
You sure it was 3.5 and not 6, Mr. Menendez?
Well, it was 6 in total from when we were in Princeton too, but just in California it was 3.5 months.
So there was about 2.5 months in Princeton. There was no sex at all in the Princeton house?
There was sex. I know there was because I remember kneeling on the wooden floor, and the wooden floor was in my bedroom, but I don't remember very well about the Princeton house.
Okay, so was there a period when there was no sex in the Princeton house before you moved to California?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Starting at the age of 6 and up until the point when the family moved to California, generally speaking, on average, how many sexual contacts a month was there between you and your father?
I didn't hear the first part of the question.
All right. Between the time you were 6, when it began, and the time that you were 15 and a half, moved to California, on average, generally over that whole period, how many sexual contacts a month were there between yourself and your father?
2 to 4 times a month. I mean, that's really general.
So would there be some months when there'd be nothing?
Yes.
And would there be some months when there'd be a lot more?
No.
Well, so it would be...
Some months there would be 4 times. Sometimes he'd come in every week. He'd come in every week, sometimes for a period of 5 weeks, and then not come in my room for 2 months.
Okay, so we're trying to average it out, stretch it across that whole period.
Yeah.
2 to 4 times a month.
Yes.
So you get to California, and for the first 3.5 months, nothing?
Yes, nothing.
So what do you think?
I think that it was going to end. I thought it was because we moved to California and because I guess I was getting older and that it was going to end.
How'd that make you feel?
It felt great. I really had a good 3.5 months when I was there.
How was your mother doing in those 3.5 months, the first 3.5 months in California?
She wasn't doing so well.
Now, were you hearing things between your parents during these first months in California that was unlike anything you had heard them argue about in the past?
Well, I heard them talk about divorce.
And did you hear them talk about affair?
Oh, yes. I heard them talk about that in the car, basically through my mom. I heard them.
Okay. The question is, you're in California. Are you hearing these kinds of talks the first few months in California?
Yes.
Had you heard these kinds of talks about divorce, about affairs in New Jersey?
No.
And is your mother upset?
Oh, yes. She was very upset.
Was there a period of time when you first moved to California where your mother did a lot of crying?
She did almost...
Sustained. The answer is true.
Can you describe something that your mother was doing when you first came to California that was different than what she did in New Jersey?
Well, in the Princeton house, she began to do a lot of crying, and I didn't know what it was from until I moved to California. And she did nothing but cry, and it was really sad. And I would try to go talk to her, and she would say, "Leave me alone, I don't want to talk to you." And she would just stay in her bedroom and cry.
Where?
Well, at first we were in the Oakwood apartments,
What state, Mr. Menendez?
California.
And you said she'd do nothing but cry. Are you talking about after you moved to California?
Yes and no. I mean, she did a lot of crying in the Princeton house. I just didn't know what it was for. But once we got to California, it was all crying.
Okay. And how did that make you feel?
It made me feel very sad for her.
But your life was somewhat better at that point?
My life was great because the sex had ended, and I wasn't happy with my father, but I was happy, really, really happy that the sex had ended.
You weren't happy with your father because of what?
Because of the way he was dealing with my mother.
Now, at some point, did this stoppage, or did this period where there was no sex with your father end?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
It was right before my birthday in 1980. I guess it was 1986.
And your birthday is when?
November 27th.
And Mr. Menendez, when did the family move to California?
In August.
Of 1986?
Yes.
And without getting into the details, what form of sexual contact did you have with your father right before your birthday in 1986?
Knees.
And was knees the most frequent form of sexual contact over the years from 11 on?
Yes, much more so in California, but yes, in New Jersey, I'd have to say it was the most frequent that I remember.
And did knees remain the most frequent form of contact for the years that you lived in California?
Yes.
And had what you call sex been the least frequent form of contact when you were living in New Jersey?
Yes.
And did sex continue to be the least frequent form when you lived in California?
Oh, yes.
I want to ask you to go to an incident, however, of sex that involved your father using a knife. You've referred to this before. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. First, can you tell us how old you were when that occurred?
I was 17.
And where were you living?
In the Calabasas house.
And your brother was Was he even in California at that time? If you remember.
I don't really remember if he was. I think he may have been. I'm
Did
not
you
sure.
have your own suite of rooms in the Calabasas house?
I had 2 rooms.
Yes, so you did.
Yes.
And did this incident with your father start out with him having a knife, or did the knife evolve?
It didn't start out with him having a knife.
Okay. How did it start out?
It started out with him coming in my bedroom and telling me to get on my knees. I was on the bed at the time.
And that was fairly common, wasn't it?
Yes.
And did you do it?
No.
What did you do?
I got up, and as I was getting up, I said no.
And did you give him a reason for saying no?
No. I just said no.
Did you say you had a headache?
I don't remember saying I had a headache.
Do you remember telling me in the past that you thought you told him you had a headache then?
Overall.
What I remember now is all I remember.
Okay. So you just said no. Do you know why you said no?
Yes.
Why did you say no?
Because I had been building myself up for a long time before then. I'd really been building myself up to resist him in some way or fight back. I really hated myself at the time, and I disliked who I was, and so I just had to. I wanted to do more than say no, but all I could do was say no.
Okay, so you said no because you had been planning on saying no. Is that the answer?
Yes.
All right. And how did he react to your saying no?
Well, he hit me and threw me on the bed.
Okay. And after he did that, what did he do?
He left the room.
And what did you think when he left the room?
I didn't know.
Did you think your resistance had worked at that point?
No, because he stormed out of that room.
So what happened next?
He came back with the knife.
Now, this knife, Mr. Menendez, is a small, medium, large?
I think it's like that. It's
Yeah?
not bigger. I mean, I remember it being huge.
Okay. And where was it kept at that house?
It was in my parents' bedroom.
And when he came back with the knife, what did he do with it, if anything?
He put it on my neck. He put his hand on my head and put the knife on my neck.
And did he hurt you with it?
No.
Did he threaten you with it?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said I should kill you, and next time I will.
And did you believe him?
Yes.
And following that, did he then demand an act of sex from you? Your Honor, may we approach? Did he then demand something from you?
Yes.
What?
Sex.
And did you comply?
Yes.
Did you complain?
No.
Did you resist?
No.
Did you say no?
No.
Did you just do it?
Yes.
And had he on this occasion requested that you go into a particular position that was unusual?
Yes.
And what was unusual about it?
It was that I put my knees on the edge of the bed.
Well, hadn't he asked you to do that before?
Yes, but it was unusual. It only happened 3 times in my life.
Was there a mirror in this room, Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
And were you positioned in some way with respect to the mirror?
Yes.
And is that what was unusual about this as well?
That only happened twice in my life.
Well, was this one of the times that happened?
Yes.
And did he make you look?
Yes.
And how did you feel about that experience afterwards?
I really hated myself.
And did you feel that you would be resisting him again in the future?
No.
Was there a thought that would go through your mind when your father was having sex with you concerning dying?
Yes.
What was that thought? And I'm focusing now on when you were in California, when you were a teenager.
I just wanted more than anything else that when I died, that no one would find out that this was happening to me.
When these sexual things were happening with your father, did you think that you might die?
Yes.
Did you understand how or why?
No, I just felt like I was going to die. It just was so horrible that I wanted to die, and I felt like I was going to die. I just didn't want to die with anyone knowing.
You didn't want to die in the middle of it.
No.
Is that what you meant?
Overruled answer to that question. You understand the question?
Yes. I definitely did not want to die in the middle of it.
And if you had died in the middle of it, what might happen?
People would know
People would know what?
that I was having sex with my father.
Did any of that thought enter your mind on Sunday night, August 20th, 1989?
Yes.
And how did it enter your mind that night?
I thought he was going to kill me that night, and I thought he was going to have sex with me first.
And did that flash to any previous thoughts you had had?
Any, what?
Previous thoughts. Thoughts you had had earlier in
Well,
your
it was
life.
a thought.
That's the whole question.
Okay. When you were thinking that your father might have sex with you on the night of August 20th and kill you, okay, did that remind you of these earlier thoughts you had about not wanting to die in the middle of a sex act with your father?
No, it didn't have to remind me. It was always in my head. It was always there.
Well, was it there then, Mr. Menendez?
Yes, it was there.
Let's go back, if we can, to when you're living in New Jersey. Do you remember... Let me strike that. Did you have an opportunity in the last few months to look over your school records from the Princeton Day School?
Yes.
And did you read the comments that all your teachers had written about you over those years?
Yes.
And was there something that you remember experiencing as a school child at school related to what was happening at home?
Certainly.
What were you experiencing at school? And when I say related to happening at home, I mean to sexual activity with your father. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And what would happen at school?
I would lose my concentration, and I would wander off.
And were you aware of doing it at the time?
Sometimes I was aware when I snapped out of it.
And what would be the thought or thoughts or pictures or images that would cause you to lose your concentration?
Anything could cause me to lose my concentration. The way somebody looked at me reminded me of my father, or what somebody was wearing, if my father had been wearing that, or a box, the way it was positioned, anything, didn't matter.
But was it related to the sex with your father?
Yes.
And when you reviewed the school records, did you see things in those records that reminded you of these concentration problems?
Well, it talked about it all over the school records.
Back up a little.
I
Who
saw
talked about it?
my teachers.
What did they say?
They said that I had a serious problem in concentrating during tests, during class, school, and at any time, that I wouldn't be able to concentrate very well, that I would get very nervous and anxious.
Well, weren't you a pretty nervous, anxious person since the time you were a little boy?
Yes, I was.
And did this sex with your father, you think, make you calmer and more relaxed and more
Definitely
comfortable?
not. It didn't make me more nervous for school. It just made me real paranoid
Paranoid of what?
of giving myself away.
Mr. Menendez, when we broke yesterday, we were talking about your mother's interactions with you over homework and schoolwork and learning. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You mentioned at some point when you were talking about that, something about a closet.
Yes.
Would you tell us what significance a closet had with respect to your mother and to schoolwork?
That's where I did a lot of my schoolwork. when I didn't do it well.
What's where you did it?
In her closet.
Where was the closet?
In her room. It was a long, very narrow, long closet. She kept a lot of her clothes.
And is that because you liked to do schoolwork in her closet? You chose that as a place to do it?
No, she put me there when she felt that I wasn't concentrating hard enough, or was having trouble concentrating, or just wasn't doing it well enough to how she liked, or when she left the house and she felt I wasn't sick. She wanted to make sure I did my work.
You say when she left the house and she felt you weren't sick. What type of days or what time of day would that relate to?
That related to during the day, late morning, afternoon, when she had left the house.
Was this?
Can you specify what time frame you're talking about?
Yes. What age or ages are we talking about when your mother would have you do work in the closet?
When I was 12, 13, 14.
Now, the days when she'd leave the house and have you be in the closet, were these weekends or school days?
The school days when she would leave the house, it's when I was homesick, but she didn't feel I was that sick.
And what was the purpose of you being, if you know, of you having to be in the closet on these school days when she was out of the house?
She wanted to make sure I didn't watch TV or do anything that I wasn't supposed to do, and made sure that I did my work.
So you were supposed to do homework in the closet?
Homework or different tests that she would give me, or assignments that she would give me.
And was there a chair and a table or a desk in the closet?
No. Sometimes she'd give me a clipboard.
A clipboard?
So that I could write on.
And for how long a period of time would you have to remain in the closet after she had put you there?
Until she let me out.
And how long would that sometimes be?
Sometimes it would be an hour, sometimes it would be all day when she left, 7 hours, sometimes I fell asleep in there overnight.
And when, apart from the days when she wasn't there and she put you in the closet, where would she be on other occasions when she'd put you in the closet to do your schoolwork? Where would your mother be?
Usually across the way on her bed.
In the same room?
Yeah, the closet was at the very back, past the bathroom, past my dad's closet, down this teeny little hallway in her room, and her bedroom would be on the other side of the room.
So she'd be in her bedroom?
I mean, I couldn't tell where she was always, but when I called out, she was usually on her bed.
And did this closet have a solid door or a door you could look through?
I could peek through the bottom under the door, but it was a solid door.
And what would happen, Mr. Menendez, if while you were in the closet and your mother was home, you had to go to the bathroom?
I wasn't supposed to go to the bathroom unless I called out and asked her if she wasn't home.
I'm talking about when she is home. Okay. Let's say she's there. Okay? She's in her bedroom.
Yes.
And you have to go to the bathroom.
Yes.
What would you do?
I'd have to call out and tell her that I needed to go to the bathroom.
And would she then come and let you out of the closet and let you go to the bathroom?
Depended.
Depended on what?
On whether she felt like letting me go to the bathroom at that time. She'd ask me what number I had to go, and if I had to go number 2, usually she'd let me out.
And if you had, and number 1 was urinating?
Yes.
And if you had to do that, would she let you out?
Sometimes she would say, I'll let you out in a few minutes or later or whatever.
Did she ever provide you with a receptacle of some kind that you were supposed to use in the closet?
Yes, that's after I had complained that I couldn't.
You have to back off the mic. Try to sit back. Just sit back in the chair. Okay, try to stay there. Okay, go on. The receptacle in the closet.
It was a plastic bin with a yellow cover. It was a see-through type of thing.
And what was it for?
It was for when I used to go to the bathroom.
And that's after you had complained?
Well, I'd complained when she left the house. She'd put me in the closet, and I didn't know I couldn't leave the closet to go to the bathroom. And she got very angry at me one time when I left the closet. And I said I used the excuse that I needed to go to the bathroom that time, even though I didn't. And so she gave me a bin to go in.
If she wasn't at home, how did she know that you left the closet to go to the bathroom, whether you really went to the bathroom or it was just an excuse? How did she know you left the closet?
She used to put this little piece of paper.
Go ahead.
She used to put this little... The microphone is too low. That's why I can't.
Excuse me, Monica, Deputy Wolf, could we find a place where it won't...
No, it's just the volume.
Too close to it.
You don't have to lean that close to it. Just speak up in a loud voice.
She used to put this little piece of paper at the corner of the closet door, so that the closet door opened from the outside, the paper would fall down.
If it opened from the outside?
If it opened, the paper would fall down on the outside.
Okay. And so there was an occasion when you had left the closet and she found out?
Yeah, I didn't know this until after I found out on the second time what it was. I had left the closet and I watched TV and I got something to eat and I used the restroom and I came back and she accused me of leaving the closet and I said, no, I didn't. And she grabbed me and she started shaking me and she said, don't lie to me, don't lie to me. And I didn't know how she knew, but I admitted that I left the closet. And the second time is when I saw the piece of paper.
The second time you left the closet when she wasn't home? Is that what you mean?
Yes. I didn't understand how she knew that I had left the closet the first time.
Okay. Now, did you use this receptacle that she provided?
Yes.
Did you ever use anything else?
I didn't enjoy using the... I didn't really want to use this because I'd have to give it to her. And so I kept one of those plastic bags I hid it in the closet so when I had to go in there and I had to go to the bathroom, I could use my own and I could pretend that I never went.
Okay. I'd like to go back for a moment to the sexual activity between yourself and your father for a few points, all right? When you were about 13, was there an episode of what you call the mirror that had to do with the sexual activity between yourself and your father?
Well, it would happen a lot of times right after sex. So what do you mean?
What I mean is, did he do a drill in front of the mirror that had specifically to do with the secrecy?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And was I right? Was that when you were 13?
Yes.
Okay. Would you tell us about that particular drill?
I was sitting in front of the mirror. He used to do this every once in a while. I'd say at least once or it happened more than just when I was 13. And I would sit in the chair in front of the mirror, and he would ask me if I've told anyone, and I said no. And he would say, "What's going to happen to you if you tell anyone?" And I remember the first time I said that you will hurt me, and he said wrong, and so I hit myself. And he said, "What's going to happen if you tell someone?" And I didn't answer. And he said again, he said, "What is going to happen if you tell someone?" And I said, "You'll kill me." And he said, "Right."
And that happened more than once?
Yes.
Now,
I got it right the second time, though.
Excuse me?
I would learn how to get it right, the answers.
So the second time, what was your answer?
Just that he'll kill me.
And then he said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, when you were about 13, was there a nickname that you gave yourself that was related to what you've described here as rough sex?
Yes.
What was that nickname?
The Hurt Man.
And did you share that nickname with anyone?
Yes.
And who did you tell that that was your nickname?
I told some of my friends. I told Diane. I told Lyle. I was the Hurt Man.
Did you have a cousin named Andy?
Yes.
Did you ever mention that nickname to Andy?
Yes. I more considered Andy one of my best friends than my cousin.
Okay. Did you explain to Lyle and all these other people why you were calling yourself Hurt Man, or did you just tell them the nickname?
I just told them it was because I got hurt a lot and I could...
And you didn't tell them how you were being hurt or who was hurting you?
Sustained, answer straight.
Did you tell them how you were being hurt or who was hurting you?
No.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Now, do you recall, Mr. Menendez, that you testified that on the Tuesday night before your parents were killed, you strike that, on Tuesday afternoon before your parents were killed, you started a conversation with your brother in the guest house where you brought to his attention a talk he had had with your father when you were young?
Yes.
When you were young, how did you find out, or how did you know that Lyle had had a talk with your father?
Because my father came in the room and beat me up.
And how old do you recall being when that happened?
I recall being 11.
And what, if anything, did your father say in accompanying this beating?
He came in the room and he said, he just very angrily told me that he could not believe I told Lyle, and what was I thinking, and didn't he understand that he was going to kill me if I told Lyle, and all this stuff. And then he had me up against the wall.
And was it after that that these drills in front of the mirror about what he would do to you if you told began?
Yeah, it was longer after that, though. This was just, I mean, he had told me many times, not specifically in reference to Lyle, that what he would do to me if I told. But it was unexpected because I hadn't told Lyle, and I didn't know he was going to come in the room. I wasn't prepared, and so it was a shock. I denied it, but he didn't believe me.
You denied what?
I denied telling Lyle.
To whom?
To my dad.
And who didn't believe you?
My dad.
Now, after that, did you have any conversation with Lyle about, or did Lyle ask you any questions about anything going on between yourself and your father?
Yes, Lyle would ask me a question every once in a while for a short period afterwards. He would say, is anything strange happening in your room with Dad or something like that? And I would say, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
And why did you say, no, I don't know what you're talking about?
Because I didn't want to give any indication that anything was, because I didn't want what happened with Dad to happen again.
You didn't want Lyle to tell him?
Exactly.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
What did you mean when you said you didn't want to have happen with Dad what happened before?
I didn't know what Lyle had told Dad, but I didn't want Lyle to say anything to Dad about anything. I just wanted Lyle to leave it alone. If he knew, I didn't know how he knew, but I just wanted him to leave it alone.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned in your testimony yesterday something about Vaseline. Was Vaseline something that figured into the sexual activity between yourself and your father?
Yes.
And what specific type of the sexual activity did Vaseline figure into?
The actual sex.
Was Vaseline ever a part of the rough sex?
Only in respect to actual sex, but hardly ever.
What about with respect to certain implements? Was it ever used for that?
Yes, it was used rarely, but not very often.
And with respect to actual sex, Mr. Menendez, I think you've already testified, that was still a component when you lived in California. Is that right?
Yes.
And when was the last episode of actual sex between yourself and your father in California?
In May 1989.
And was there some rule or directive of your father's having to do with Vaseline?
Yes.
And what was that rule or directive?
That I was supposed to leave it in my room, and I wasn't supposed to remove it from there.
And how would it get into your room?
Well, he brought it in very early in Pennington when I was 12 years old, and left it there. And I was told not to touch it again, and he did the same in California. He did the same in Princeton.
And when you were living in Beverly Hills, was there a particular place in the room where he would keep the Vaseline?
Yes.
And where was that?
I had On my bed, there were a lot of shelves. On one of the shelves in my bed.
You've looked at the photograph that's up on the board on the top on the right.
Yes.
Is there a jar of Vaseline on a shelf on your bed in that photograph?
Yes.
Now, you've talked about sexual activity occurring between yourself and your father in your bedrooms at various houses. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
Were there other places in the house where sexual activity between yourself and your father would occur?
Only one other place.
And where was that?
In the shower.
Your brother testified there were times when you and your brother and your father would shower together and your father would do something with the water.
Yes.
Was that an experience that you recall?
Yes.
I believe your brother testified to a shower that had doors where the regulator had a wrench on it.
Yeah, I don't remember that so well.
What house was that?
That was in the North Mill house, I think.
Do you remember things about where your father did things with the water from the Pennington house?
Yes, those I remember.
And what do you remember just generally about what he would do at the Pennington house?
At the Pennington house, it was a lighter thing. He would, when I was washing my hair and the shampoo was getting on my face, he would suddenly turn the water either all the way cold or all the way hot. So I learned how to shampoo my hair back, because that's what he always did. He never got any shampoo on his forehead, just in case I did that to him, because it was sort of a thing that he used to do. And then he would have Lyle and I see who was the strongest person. He wouldn't turn the water hot, he would turn it all the way cold and see who could last for 30 seconds in the water, who could last for 45 seconds, and so on.
But let's back up to when you had the shampoo in your eyes, before you learned how to shampoo your hair to not get the soap in your eyes, okay? You said he would turn the water all the way hot or all the way cold.
Yes.
Did you ever get burned?
Yes.
Now, when you and your brother and your father showered together, was there any sex on those occasions?
No.
Were there other occasions when just you and your father showered together?
Yes.
And was there sex on those occasions?
Not always, but sometimes.
And what would have preceded those showers? What came before the showers, if you recall? What would you have been doing?
Sometimes he would shave me.
I was really asking what activities. Would this be on the weekends, the showers together?
Yes, well, it would be after tennis, after sports, of course.
Okay, so it's after sports, of course?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we took, every time we finished playing on the tennis court, we always, him and I, and sometimes Lyle, depends how old he was at the time, would go and take a shower together.
Now, you mean every time, meaning on the weekends?
Yes, he really wasn't around too often during the day in the week.
During the week?
Yes.
Let's talk about during the week, during the school year, okay? Days when you'd go to school.
Yes.
Okay? Would there usually be tennis practice before you went to school?
Yes.
And when there was tennis practice before you went to school, did you change and shower first, or did you just go to school after practice?
Usually we just went right to school.
So would the time when you would shower at home after tennis practice be on the weekends or at the end of the day?
Almost always on the weekends. We'd be playing tennis for all day, like 6 hours every day on the weekend, and afterwards we would go and take a shower.
Now, you mentioned something about he shaved you. At what age are you talking about?
When I was 12.
When you were 12?
12.
And did this happen only when you were 12, or did it go on for
No,
some
it
period of
began
time?
when I was 12.
And how long did it go on?
Just for, it didn't happen in Princeton, so it ended before we moved to Princeton.
And you moved to Princeton when you were 15 and a half?
Yes.
And what part of your body did he shave? Or what hair did he shave?
My pubic hair.
Now, apart from the showers and your bedrooms, were there sexual incidents with your father in other places besides your home?
Yes.
And what kinds of places?
in hotel rooms when we were play tennis, or I remember twice when we were on vacation.
And do you recall what ages you were on vacation when it happened?
One of them I do. One of them we were in St. Lucia, and the other one we were in. I don't remember exactly where we were.
What type of vacation?
It was skiing vacation. We were either in Vermont or we were in Colorado. I'm not really sure.
And you're not sure how old you were for the episode on the skiing vacation?
Yeah, I don't remember.
St. Lucia is where?
It's in the Caribbean.
Did you take all of your vacations with your parents?
Yes.
Now, you said there were also hotel rooms when you were on the road playing tennis. Would this be when your parents were traveling with you in tournaments?
Yes.
And, Mr. Menendez, did such activity happen when you were traveling in the tournaments over the summer of 1989?
Yes.
And would there be a difference in the kind of sexual activity that would occur when you were traveling, depending on how you did in the tournament?
Yes. It would all depend on how I did in the tournament, whether I won or I lost.
And if you won, what was the usual sexual activity?
Well, in California, it wasn't so usual anymore for us to have nice sex, but it would only happen after I won.
Okay, so nice sex was reserved for when you won.
Yes.
That's when your father was in what kind of mood?
He was in a elated mood.
And what would happen when you lost?
One of two things.
And what are the two things?
He would either have actual sex, or usually it was knees.
And was it knees that happened during the summer of 1989?
Yes.
Now, you testified that the last sexual activity with your father was in August of 1989. Where did it occur?
In my bedroom.
In Beverly Hills?
Yes.
When did it occur?
In August.
I know when.
It occurred before the talk, right after we got back from Kalamazoo.
Okay. And you got back from Kalamazoo somewhere around the 9th or 10th?
Yes.
So was it within a day or two?
Yes.
And what type was it?
It was knees.
Now, Mr. Menendez, when you moved to California, how old were you?
I was 16. No, I was 15 when I moved. I turned 16 right after.
You turned 16 in November after you moved?
Yes.
And up until that time, had you ever had a girlfriend?
No.
When you were in the 8th and 9th grade, excuse me, did you have friends at school who would talk about girls and sex?
Yes.
And did these friends have social interactions with girls?
Yes.
Did you?
No.
Why?
Because I was afraid of that.
What were you afraid of?
I was afraid of, they would talk about sex a lot, and I was just afraid of the conversation. I didn't even want to get into the conversation, and I certainly didn't want to be around girls when talking about that, or even really around girls and that type of thing.
Why?
Because it made me real self-conscious, made me real afraid that they might be able to tell something that I knew a little bit too much, or that I knew something that I shouldn't have, or that they would be able to tell something I didn't know.
Tell what?
That I would be able to, something would slip out.
About what?
About what was happening with my dad.
Okay. In fact, was there a time when you made choices about who your friends would be based on whether certain boys talked about sex and other boys didn't?
Yeah, there were two of my friends in school, two of my good friends in school, my only real friends, but in school they talked too much about sex, and I told them that I couldn't deal with the the friendship anymore. I couldn't handle it.
Were these friends trying to get you to do anything?
Yes.
What were they trying to get you to do?
They were trying to get me to kiss a girl or have a girlfriend, approach a girl.
Okay. Now, when you moved to California, did your mother start to talk to you about something that she had not previously talked to you about?
Yes.
And do you recall where you were living when your mother first brought this particular topic up to you?
In the Oakwood Apartments.
So that's right after you got to California?
Yes.
How long did you live in the Oakwood Apartments?
Very short time. I don't even remember how long. A month or two?
You don't remember?
Not really sure. It was very short time, because by November we were living in the Calabasas house.
By your birthday?
Yeah. So it couldn't have been more than 2 months.
Okay. Now, while you were living in the Oakwood Apartments, did you hear arguments between your parents?
Yes.
And what did you learn from those arguments about what was going on between your parents?
That they were talking about divorce.
And did you learn what the reason was why they were talking about divorce?
Because my dad had an affair.
And what was your mother's basic mood, if you will, during the time that you lived in the Oakwood Apartments?
She was very depressed, crying a lot, but very angry when talking with my dad.
She was angry with your dad?
Yeah, she was really angry. She was really angry.
Now, did they, before this time, had they ever talked about their marriage or their relationship in front of you?
No.
Now, were they doing this openly in front of you, or were you just hearing things?
It was a very small apartment, and it was only 3 rooms, and so you could hear through the walls.
But they would be in another room?
Yes. They'd be in the middle room. There was a bedroom on each side of the middle room, and they'd be in the middle room.
Is the middle room a living room?
It was like a living room, eating room kind of a thing.
And was it while you were still there that your mother brought up this topic to you?
Yes.
And what topic did she bring up?
That she wanted me to get a girlfriend.
And what did she say?
She said I had to have a girlfriend within 6 months.
Or?
She didn't really say or. She was just made it pretty clear that something bad would happen if I didn't have a girlfriend within 6 months.
And did you have any idea why she would say this to you?
I assumed it was because of her image. She wanted her son. When I was younger, people would ask me in front of her, "Oh, do you have a girlfriend?" Or they would ask her in front of me, "Does he like girls?" Yet I was young, and she said, "No, he doesn't have time for that. He doesn't have that." But when we moved to California, it was a really big thing for me to have a girlfriend, and later on I found out why. But at that point, I didn't know.
Okay, and did you, within 6 months, find a girlfriend?
I think I didn't make the 6-month deadline, but it was just after.
And what were the initials of this girlfriend, so we don't have to use her name?
KS.
And was this a girl that you went with twice over 2 different time periods?
Yes.
Now, you also said that the first 3.5 months that you were in California, there was no sexual activity whatsoever by your father.
Right.
Did you know why that was true?
No, I had no idea.
Before you left Princeton, the last couple of months you were living in the Princeton house, was your father out of town a great deal?
Yes.
Did you learn that he was in California most of that time?
Yes.
And did you understand, or did he tell you the purpose of his travels?
Well, I knew that we were planning on moving to California.
And at any time did you learn that he was job hunting or job interviewing?
Yes.
So how would you compare, therefore, Mr. Menendez, your father's being... it's a clumsy question. Let me withdraw that. You've testified that over the course of your childhood in New Jersey, your father would be in the city, in New York City during the week, or travel a lot. Is that right?
Yes.
Was he away from home more when you lived in Princeton or less than when you lived in Pennington?
He was away from home more.
Was he away also for longer periods of time?
Yes. He traveled a lot more. I mean, he traveled a lot when we lived in Pennington. But most of the time he was just in New York, and he had stayed over there a few nights. But when we were in Princeton, he left the state a lot.
So do you have many memories of him at home in the Princeton house at all?
I have almost none.
Now, when the sex started up again after the 3.5 or so months in California, this was before you had met your mother's deadline for getting a girlfriend, is that right?
I'm sorry?
Was this before you met your mother's deadline, before you got your girlfriend?
What was?
The sex in California
Yes.
starting up again.
Yeah, long before.
How did you feel about the relationship with that girlfriend, that first girlfriend?
Oh, it was like a new life for me. It was something that I had never experienced before. And suddenly I was actually happy sometimes. I felt really, I looked forward to seeing her, and I felt really warm when I was with her, and it made me really insecure at times, but it also made me feel more comfortable.
And did it have any effect on your feelings about what was going on between yourself and your father?
Yeah, it had a big effect.
And what was that?
It made me really, really despise, really hate what was happening with Dad. It made me really, really dread it, and really, really hate it.
Was there something that you were worried about more so than ever once you had a girlfriend concerning the sex?
Objection sustained.
What were your concerns now that you had a girlfriend with respect to, well, strike that. Were there any new concerns that you had concerning the sex with your father now that you were seeing a girl?
No concerns about him, just concerns about her finding out about me.
Do you recall, Mr. Menendez, whether there were ever sexual incidents with your father on days when you had dates with your girlfriend?
Yes. Yes.
And was there anything notable about that?
Yes, sometimes I just refused to go out on the date. I remember one time when I was about a month after we started dating, my dad had come into my room, and I was supposed to meet her, and I called her, and I said, I was crying, and I said, I want to end the relationship. And she wouldn't let me end it because I wouldn't tell her why, but I just had a lot of confusion, a lot of problems with it.
Now, you've testified that in the very early years of the sexual relationship with your father, you actually didn't have negative feelings about it because you felt it was a closeness with him?
No, I didn't have very many negative feelings about him coming into my room and being with me. I didn't, when I was young, I didn't, I didn't like some of the things that was happening, but I thought it was just something that I'd get used to. I thought it was me when I was younger.
And so were you actively seeking or thinking of ways to end it when you were young, say under 11, or not?
No, not at all.
Now, when it got violent at 11, okay, I think you've described a period when after that you were very depressed, you tried to run away, and then there was a period that you called trying to fight back, like the cinnamon and hiding and those things. Okay?
Yes.
Now, at that time, did you want it to end?
Yes.
Did you ever tell your mother in an effort to get it to end?
Definitely not.
Why didn't you tell your mother?
Because for a few reasons. One of the big reasons was if she believed me, I knew she couldn't do anything about it. She certainly couldn't get Dad to stop by fighting Dad. I just felt bad for her, and I didn't. She had a lot of problems. She was sad or angry a lot, and I didn't want to have to give her more problems.
What about any concern about your father if you had told her?
Well, that was the obvious concern. I didn't want to get beaten up. I didn't want to get killed. I didn't want anything to happen to me.
Now, did you believe that if you told your mother and she accepted it, that she would mind what your father was doing?
Yes, of course.
And did you think that if she minded, she'd try to help you?
Yeah, I thought she would try to help me, and then her and Dad would no longer get along, or Dad would do something to her real bad and would destroy the family. I didn't want all these problems.
And that was apart from whatever you thought directly might happen from your father?
Yes.
Now, did you, by the time you were, well, I don't know, you tell me, at what age did you come to believe that what was happening between you and your father was really abnormal?
Really abnormal?
Yeah, really wrong or abnormal?
Objection, leading on.
Because already.
When I was 13 or 14, when I was younger, when I was like 12 and so on, I just really hated it. But I thought it was normal. It was only when I talked to my cousin, I just began to really have problems with it, that I thought maybe this was not something normal.
You said you talked to your cousin. Mr. Menendez, was there one person that you were closest to when you were young?
Yes.
And was that a person your age or someone younger than yourself?
That was someone younger than myself.
And who was that person?
That was my cousin Andy.
Andy what?
Andy Cano.
And whose child is he?
My aunt's.
Yes. Your aunt who?
My Aunt Martha.
Okay. Now, was there a time in your life that when you were closer in some ways to Andy than even to your own brother?
Yeah, especially when Lyle got a girlfriend.
And how old were you when Lyle got a girlfriend?
I was 13, I believe.
And at that age, when you were 13, is that when Lyle started seeing that young woman that's been talked about here, Stacy?
Stacy.
And before that, in a year or two before that, had you been spending social time with Lyle?
A lot of social time. He was my only real friend. I mean, Andy and Lyle, and then I had one guy, when Brendan, who I would see every once in a while.
Okay, but what were you doing with Lyle?
I would go to the mall with him. We would go to the arcade a lot, and I would play soccer with him, just friendly, and roughhouse with him, and climb trees and do things.
And then he got a girlfriend?
Yes.
And how much of that activity between yourself and Lyle continued after Stacy came upon the scene?
Not much. I felt really abandoned, and
Abandoned by whom?
by Lyle. I knew he didn't do it on purpose, but I just felt like I felt like I lost my best friend, and because he would spend all the time with Stacy.
And at this time, did you therefore become closer with Andy?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez, when you were about 13, did you actually tell Andy Cano what was happening between yourself and your father?
Objection, called to hearsay.
I told him.
I'm not asking you what you said, because that would be hearsay, but did you tell him what was happening?
Yeah, I believe I told him before 13.
Before you were 13?
Yeah. I think I told him when I was, before Lyle started dating Stacy, when I was about 12.
Well, if he remembers that he was 10, could your memory be defective?
Possibly my memory is defective. Possibly
You're
it's
3 years
his.
older than him, aren't you?
Yeah, I think so.
And was he, how did you, strike that. How did you tell him? Well, strike that. You've testified you were, in part, afraid to tell people. Is that right?
Yes, I was very afraid.
Why would you tell Andy if you were afraid to tell?
Well, because Andy and I were having a really close relationship, and I didn't really tell him at first. I did it real slowly, getting into it. Eventually I did, but I got real slowly first because I was afraid.
You're afraid of what?
I was afraid of telling him and him telling somebody else, so I wanted to see how he would sort of react, that sort of thing.
And did he keep the secret?
As far as I know.
You testified before that you ultimately found out or learned why it was your mother was pressuring you to have a girlfriend.
Yes.
What was it well, first of all, when did you make whatever discovery it was?
After Kirsten broke up with me.
Kirsten was the girlfriend?
Yes.
And when was it that Kirsten broke up with you?
In just after summer in September of 1987.
Was that the first time you and Kirsten broke up, or the second?
That was the first time.
And did you renew your relationship with Kirsten at some point after that?
Yes.
And when did that happen?
Almost exactly a year later, in August of 1988.
And how long did your relationship with her last from August of 88?
About 6 months.
Now, when was it? You say it was September 87 when you made this discovery?
Of my mother? It wasn't like a discovery, it was just knowledge or belief of why she was pressuring me.
Okay, well, how did you gain the knowledge or belief?
But she was real nasty after the relationship with Kirsten and I ended, and she would say, "What are you, gay, or are you not man enough for her? Are you just not a man enough person to be with her? Is this what your problem is?" She would really get down on me.
So she gave you the impression that she questioned whether or not you were gay?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez, did you ever question in your mind whether or not you were gay?
Yes.
And why was that, if you know?
It's because I didn't understand what was happening with my father.
And what do you mean you didn't understand it?
In California, I didn't understand why it didn't hurt so much and anymore, and I didn't understand. I just felt like I was having more friends because I had a car and I was able to play tennis with them, and I was a little bit more independent, and I felt like I was supposed to be stronger, and I would still be doing this with Dad, and I wouldn't scream at him or fight back with him because I was afraid, but I didn't. I still thought I should have, and I would still be able to have an orgasm.
Okay, so those things, those factors made you wonder if, in fact, maybe you were gay. Maybe that's why this is happening. Maybe that's why I don't resist. Maybe that's why it doesn't hurt. Is that what you mean?
Yes, I didn't understand.
And did these concerns about whether or not you were gay, did this bother you?
Yeah, it was on my mind a lot. It bothered me.
Did you think it was wrong for somebody to be gay, or was it just that you didn't know what you were?
No, I didn't think I was wrong to think I was...
No, you didn't understand my question. Do you think it was wrong for people to be gay?
No.
So what was it?
It was just that I was confused, and it was difficult for me, and my mom made it seem like it was worse than death to be gay, and I didn't think I was. I didn't know. I really didn't understand.
Did you like girls?
Yes.
Were you attracted to girls?
Yes.
And eventually, did you have intimate relationships with girls?
Yes.
You said your mom made it sound like the worst thing in the world. Did your father make gay jokes?
Yes.
Did your father call you a particular name, associated a negative name for gay
Yeah, he
people?
called me a faggot.
Did he call you that a lot?
Yeah, he either called me a fag or a faggot. He used both of them. He hated gay people, and he absolutely refused to accept that what was happening between us. He just said that it wasn't any of that. He hated that.
Without naming him, was there a relative on your mother's side of the family that was perceived by the family as being gay?
He was gay.
Okay.
Well, we didn't know that. We just felt that he was.
Okay. And how did your father talk about or treat that particular individual?
He ridiculed him, made fun of him, talked a lot behind his back, would say things like, you don't want to be, I don't want to say his name, you don't want to be like this person. He would, one time I remember Lyle bought the same color and basically the same type of shoe as this person was wearing. And he made fun of Lyle for the longest time for it.
For getting the same kind of shoes as the relative?
Yeah.
Now, what did you think when your father, who is having sex with you, is taunting you with being gay?
I was real confused. I didn't think that what Dad and I was doing was a gay thing. I thought it was just what Dad and I was doing, and but it made me real confused because it didn't hurt like I thought it should anymore, and so I didn't understand.
When your father called you faggot, did you ever answer him back in your head?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said to them, "What the hell are you?"
Now, when you were 13 to 15 and the rough sex was happening, did you, based on things your father was doing, did you form some opinion about his experience in these matters?
I didn't hear the first part of the question.
Are you hearing okay right now?
Yeah.
Your Honor, perhaps we could take a break briefly.
Okay.
Need a vote for.
All right, we'll take a recess and we'll resume at 10 minutes after the hour.
Mr. Menendez, I want to take you back to Muncie, New York, when you lived there. Do you remember your earliest recollection of being frightened by one of your parents?
Which parent?
Your father.
Yes.
And what were the circumstances of this earliest memory of being frightened by your father?
I was swimming.
Do you remember where you were swimming?
I was swimming at I believe it was called Ramapo. I'm not quite sure of the name. It was a lap pool.
And what happened?
Well, when I was in Muncie, I couldn't quite swim the 25-yard pool without breathing. And he wanted me to do it straight without breathing, because that way you swim faster. And I couldn't do it. So he would train me to do it without breathing.
And how would you do that?
By grabbing my hair and dunking me under the water, and then lifting me up and dunking me under the water again.
So what frightened you?
Just the fact that he dunked me under the water for 20, 30 seconds, and I didn't know what was happening. I was trying to grab his hand and trying to get his hand off my head because I was desperate for air. But he felt that I had to just be on the brink of desperately needing air, and then he would lift me up, so I would train my lungs to be able to expand and expand.
Did you enjoy this experience?
Oh, it was really scary because I thought he was going to kill me, not intentionally. I just thought that I was going to drown underneath the water because I was down under there so long, and I didn't think he understood that I couldn't breathe sometimes, and he would lift me up in the air, and I would be able to gasp for water, and then he'd put me back.
Gasp for water?
Gasp for air, and then he would put me down underneath the water again, and I just didn't have enough time to get air.
Would your mother ever be around when your father was doing this kind of training?
Yeah.
Would she ever intervene?
No, my mom didn't intervene when my dad was doing things.
Now, have you seen the photographs up on the wall? There's a photograph of you there. I think someone testified you're about 18 months old, hanging from a bar in a gym. It's on the top on the left.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You remember that photograph being taken?
No.
Do you remember something similar happening later involving hanging from a bar with your father?
Yes.
And-
Well, it wasn't really hanging from a bar. He would put up a bar in the doorway, or he would put up a bar, not put up a bar, the bar on the soccer field, wherever there was a bar, he would want me to do pull-ups to get my arms stronger and so on. And just as I was getting tired, I would want to jump off because I was too tired, and when he'd grab my feet.
And what would that do?
Well, if I fell, he would grab my feet, and then he would lift them. And so if I fell, I'd fall on my face. And so I would be desperately holding on to the bar.
And why did he do that? What was the purpose?
I think partly he enjoyed it. He wanted to get me to cry out and beg for him to put me down, and partly to keep me stronger so that, I don't know how, but every time just as I was about to fall, he dropped me. Sometimes I fell on both my feet and my hands, but he was able to drop me. He was able to time it really well. It amazed me because I didn't think he'd be able to. I was really afraid that he'd hold my feet up too long and he thought I was just crying wolf or something and wasn't really serious. And I was afraid that he wasn't going to drop me in time, but he always did.
When you were young and you were afraid of things, okay, were your parents ever approving of your fear?
Oh, no. No, they hated people that were afraid.
Okay. You're the right distance from the mic now, but now you have to speak up a little bit, okay? They hated people who were afraid?
Yes.
And did they seem afraid?
My mom was sometimes afraid of my dad, especially early on in life. But otherwise, they certainly weren't afraid of other people or other things.
They never appeared afraid to you?
Objection, leader.
Sustained.
Did either of them ever appear afraid of other people or situations to you?
Definitely not, especially not my mother.
Excuse me?
Especially not my mother. She used to pride on, I guess partly for Dad, about being how strong she could be and brave, in situations.
Well, did you ever hear or see your father being anything but fearless or brave?
Definitely. Well, no, that was not something my dad would do.
I want to turn your attention now to your mother, starting with when you were living in Muncie. Did you feel when you were a little...
Objection, Vegas of time.
Yes. What time frame are you referring to?
Well, do you know what years you lived in Muncie, Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
What years?
Between 3 and 7.
Okay. So that would have, other witnesses have testified you moved to Muncie before you were 2 years old. Do you remember being 2 years old?
No, my earliest memory is 3.
Okay. Do you remember talking to Detective Zoller on September 17th, 1989, and telling him about what you were like when you were a little child?
Yes.
Remember that conversation?
I remember hearing it in court and reading it. I don't specifically remember the conversation.
Okay. And when you were thinking of yourself as a little child, talking to Detective Zoller, were you thinking of yourself as someone living in Muncie or living in Pennington or what?
Living in Muncie.
And how little a child were you thinking? Earliest memories?
Yes, when I was 3, 4, 5, 6.
And what was your memory of yourself at that very early age? What kind of child do you remember being?
I just remembered being a nature-oriented person. I really liked the environment. I really liked trees and animals and bushes and leaves and so on.
When you were real little, did you think of yourself as a happy child or an unhappy child?
I was happy when I was outside.
When you were little?
Yes.
Showing you this photograph, marked 271. Do you recognize the person in it?
Yes.
Is that you at 3?
Well, it's me.
You look at the back.
Yes, it's me at 3.
Your mother's handwriting is on the back?
Yes.
And is that the way you thought of yourself as a small child?
Yeah, sometimes.
Well, that's a happy child, isn't it?
Yes.
I want to call your attention for a moment, Mr. Menendez, to these photographs that are up on the board. Just check their exhibit number. 203, 206, 207. You see these 3 photographs? Can you see them?
Yes. Yes.
And do you notice in 2 of these 3 photographs there's something on your face?
Yeah, it's just a bruise or cut.
Do you remember that particular bruise or cut?
No.
I want to call your attention to this last photograph. Before we were in court, had you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
Had you seen this photograph even printed in articles and shown in newspapers?
Yeah, that's where I saw it.
And is there something about this photograph that you noticed when you saw it printed?
Yes.
What was it that you noticed right away?
Where my dad's hand was.
And where is your dad's hand in this photograph?
On my brother's genital area.
And you didn't have any difficulty seeing that or noticing that when you saw that photograph, did you?
No.
Did you read the articles that were written, the articles that ran that photograph?
I think I read that article. I'm not sure.
One article that ran that photograph?
Yeah, I believe it was a magazine article, and I read that one.
Did the writer ever comment on where your father's hand was?
No.
Objection. This is irrelevant.
Objection sustained. The answer stricken.
Now, Mr. Kuriyama asked you something about wanting to kill your parents. On August 20th, 1989, Mr. Menendez, did you want to kill your parents?
No.
What did you want?
I just wanted the sex to end.
Is that why you shot them, to end the sex?
No, at that point I just wanted to live.
And on Tuesday, when you talked to your brother, did you want to set in motion a chain of events that would result in your shooting your parents?
No, definitely not.
What did you want by talking to your brother on Tuesday?
I wanted the sex between my father and I to end.
Now, in the fall of 1988, you've testified that there was an act of sodomy between yourself and your father in which he used a knife. You remember testifying about that?
Yes.
Objection beyond the scope.
It's just a follow-up to this line of questioning which was prompted, Your Honor.
Do you wish to be heard at sidebar?
Yes, if you wish. Did I have an answer to the last one, Your Honor?
Well, let's see if we have the question in mind first. Will I ask it again?
Yeah, I'll ask it again. Mr. Menendez, you recall testifying that in the fall of 1988, your father sodomized you in an incident involving a knife.
Yes.
And how did you feel after that?
I felt awful. I couldn't wait to get to college.
And did you tell your brother at that time about the molestation with your father?
No.
And did you have any thoughts at that time about having to kill your father or your mother or anything like that?
No.
And in May of 1989, you've testified, was the last time your father sodomized you. Was
Yes.
that a pleasant experience?
No.
And did you tell your brother about it at that time?
No.
And did you have any thoughts at that time that you wanted to kill your parents or you might be forced to kill your parents or anything like that?
No.
How did you cope with these things, Mr. Menendez?
I thought about the future.
And what was there in the future that you believe helped you to cope with this?
Objection irrelevant.
That I would be able to get away from my father, that the sex would end.
Okay. And what was going to be the vehicle for your getaway?
College.
Now, what was it that you felt after the conversation that you had with your father that Sunday, where he told you he expected you to be sleeping at home several nights a week?
I felt like my life had crumbled. It felt like something that I read in a book.
You felt like something you read in a book?
Yes.
What book? Do you remember? Well, tell us. What is it made... Tell us what it is that it made you feel like.
I felt like I was... I felt like I no longer wanted to live.
What is it you read in the book that...
It was about a man in a concentration camp who, in Nazi Germany, who thought he was going to get released on March 30th of a date I don't remember. And on March 30th, he wasn't released, and he knew that he wasn't going to be. And on March 31st, he died.
And you felt like it was March 31st?
Objection, leading into statement.
And how did you feel that Sunday after your father told you that you'd still have to come home?
I just related to that a lot. I felt like the hope in the future was gone.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.